15%. Chapter 71 Senior Sister, you are so coquettish. Seeing everyone around her looking at her with strange expressions, Han Xinyue's face suddenly turned red. I didn't expect that she, who is already several decades old, would make such a sound after being pressed lightly by Xiao Chen. It's so embarrassing. That's it. Your body has returned to its original state, no different from when you were a girl, and you are also capable of having children. But the root cause has not been solved, and it can only last a few years. When Han Xinyue's face turned red, Xiao Chen also retracted his palm. He said in a calm voice, Xinyue thanks you for your great kindness. After hearing this, Han Xinyue rolled up from the bed and felt the warmth in her lower abdomen. It was as if the shackles of the body were broken, and there was a sense of relaxation that was previously called. There was a look of shock and gratitude on her face, and she clasped her fists at Xiao Chen respectfully. This time it was fixed. Xiao Chen not only healed the damage to her palace, but also some hidden wounds left during the fight. At this moment, they all disappeared, and the bottleneck of cultivation even began to loosen. It seemed that as long as she practiced quietly, she would be able to achieve breakthroughs later on. Uncle Master, is it really effective? Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing on the side, seeing Han Xinyue like this, came over and asked softly. They have been practicing Xuanian Wangyuju for many years. Although it is not yet menopausal and the backlash would be worse than death, the palace is also being eroded. So both of them will have dysmenorrhea and menstrual disorders. In addition, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing were both a little scared when they heard Xiao Chen speak so seriously. If it really works, they also want to be repaired. Young Master Xiao is truly a master of wonderful medicine. After hearing the questions from Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, Han Xinyue did not answer directly at this time, but said this sentence with reverence on her face. That respectful and hot look, and the cold look just now. They are simply two completely different people. Mr. Xiao, can we come and give it a try? After hearing Han Xinyue's answer, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing both took a deep breath. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Chen, saying with a bit of embarrassment. Although it hurts for a few days every month, with the perseverance of practitioners, they can still endure it through gritted teeth. But they are not masochists. If Xiao Chen repairs it, they can avoid this kind of pain, which is what they want. After saying that, as if they were afraid that Xiao Chen would disagree, the two of them immediately took out their own money and handed the ring to Xiao Chen. This is a little girl's wish. I hope Mr. Xiao will not dislike it. Looking at the two beautiful faces with eager eyes and the two na rings floating in front of his eyes, Xiao Chen's mouth curved slightly. Since you two are so thoughtful, then I will do what you wish for. Xiao Chen didn't show any pretense at all. He directly put away the two rings and then spoke to the two of them. Go up and lie down by yourself. As expected of a disciple of Manhwa sect, there are many resources in Naji. Including Han Xinyue's Nai ring just now, there should be 700,000 or 800,000 spiritual crystals alone. If other resources are added up, it should be worth 500,000 to 600,000. In other words, the combined net worth of these three women could earn him at least 100,000 points. Even if he suffered some losses for the three people, he would still make a huge profit after this wave. And when the thought falls, after Nangong Jing negotiated with Li Wanqing, she took the lead and lay down on the big bed, her face turning a little red with embarrassment. This was the first time that she lay on a big bed and perfectly showed her figure to a man. She even had to have her belly touched next, which made her feel more nervous than ever before, as if there were millions of ants crawling on her body. Xiao Chen didn't know what was going on in Nangong Jing's heart. After briefly checking a few rings, he walked straight to the edge of the bed. Looking at this proud and concave body, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and burst into cultivation. Countless runes kept flying. After some random operations, Xiao Chen pressed Nangong Jing's lower abdomen and at the same time issued repair instructions to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 3,800 points and is repairing the hidden disease for the character Nangong Jing. As the beep fell, white light flashed and exploded. A mysterious power poured into Nangong Jing's body, making the other person feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. All the old diseases in the body that were eroded by yin qi were easily repaired by the system at this moment. This made Nangong Jing couldn't help but let out a soft snort. The next moment, when she realized that she had made such an embarrassing sound, Nangong Jing's face turned red and she almost wanted to dig a hole and crawl in on the spot. Just now I was surprised why Han Xinyue made such a sound, but I didn't expect that she would also make such a lustful sound when she was on my side. Mr. Xiao is indeed a miraculous doctor. He can feel so comfortable with just one touch. Sister, you are so naughty. Seeing Nangong Jing's blushing face, Li Wanqing suddenly had a naughty look on her face, walked to Nangong Jing's side and said. Nangong Jing was immediately excited and jumped out of bed. You damn girl, are you looking for a beating? Ahem. Seeing Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing, who were scuffling together and looking vaguely happy together, Han Xinyue on the side couldn't help but coughed twice. To be so dishonorable in front of Mr. Xiao, these two girls are really neither old nor young. You made me laugh. After educating the two of them, Han Xinyue rolled her eyes at Li Wanqing, who immediately understood and lay down on the bed with a nervous expression. He stared straight at Xiao Chen, seemingly hesitant to speak. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Seeing Li Wanqing's nervous look, Xiao Chen comforted him with a faint smile, then broke out and followed suit. Ding! The system has deducted 2,900 points and is repairing the hidden disease for the character Li Wanqing. Next moment, in the dazzling white light, even if Li Wanqing held it back, she finally hummed a tune. The room fell into dead silence again, followed by Nangong Jing's laughter. Li Wanqing was so angry that she jumped up from the bed and started fighting with Nangong Jing. Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention to the fight between the two beauties. He just opened the properties panel to check it out. Host. Xiao Chen. Physique. Innate Dao body. Cultivation. 9 levels of Xuandan. Kung Fu. The technique of creating the universe. Divine ability. Heavenly Demon Shadowless Step. Great Wilderness True Dragon Fist. 5 Elements Heaven Shaking Seal. 9 Turn Golden Body Cover. 5 Elements Killing Technique. Points. 515,364. There are still more than 510,000 points left. Looking at the remaining points balance, Xiao Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. More than 600,000 points. After excluding the points he used for training and the points he just consumed, he still has 510,000 left. This surprised Xiao Chen. System, recycle the resource items in these 3 rings. Feeling surprised, Xiao Chen immediately issued the order. Ding! The system has recovered all resource items, with a total value of 63,454 points. It's comfortable, and I earned more than 60,000 points when I changed hands. Seeing the points soared to more than 580,000, Xiao Chen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. If you work a little harder, you can collect 800,000 points. It was enough for Kyan to break through to the Saint Realm level. By then, there will be a Queen of Saint Realm as a bodyguard behind her, and the 8 dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland will not be left to her own devices. 15%. Chapter 72 Young Master, leave me. A profound memory. Master Xiao, Xinyue has something to ask of me. When Xiao Chen's thoughts were turning, Han Xinyue's eyes flickered and she suddenly said. This made Xiao Chen raise his head in surprise. Xin Yu would like to ask Mr. Xiao to come back to Wanhua Gate with us in 2 days. As these words fell, the room suddenly became dead silent. Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing also stopped playing at this time and looked over with serious eyes, as if they had guessed what was going on. The reason why they came to Tiandu City was mainly for Xuanqing's Snow Lotus Pill. Because Duan Muzuying, the great elder of Wanhua sect, was injured by a rank 8 purple-scaled demonic flame dragon when she entered Shiwen Mountain some time ago. Not only was the injury quite serious, he was even poisoned by demonic flames. Even the third elder of the Wanhua sect, who was accomplished in the medical field, could not completely cure Duan Muzuying's injuries, and could only help Duan Muzuying suppress the injuries and the poison. That's why when they heard that Tiandu City was going to auction the Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill, Wanhua sect sent the 3 of them to fight for this pill. But now that Xiao Chen has shown such miraculous medical skills, if he can invite the other party back to Wanhuaman, he will not be able to win the Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill successfully. Maybe there is a way to cure Duan Muzuying. It can even help many fellow disciples of Wanhua sect to cure the hidden diseases accumulated in the body over the years. Please also ask Mr. Xiao to come back to Wanhuaman with us. When the thought falls, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing also knew the importance of the matter, and they both bowed to Xiao Chen at this moment. Let's wait and see after the auction. Xiao Chen waved his hand when he heard this and responded with a slight smile. If there's nothing important to do in a few days, it wouldn't hurt to go back with you. If you want to go to Wanhuaman, you have to wait for Kyan to clear the customs, otherwise the trip is not guaranteed. Who knows how cold and extreme the character of the celestial human realm master from Wanhuaman will become after practicing the incomplete Xuanian Wangyu Ju. What if he suddenly imprisons him before he can heal him, or does something bad? He can't resist with this level of cultivation. Therefore, you must wait until Kyan leaves the customs before you can go to Wanwaman to harvest resources. Thank you for the favor, young master. Han Xinyue, Nangong Jing and others did not know Xiao Chen's concerns at this time. When they heard that Xiao Chen agreed to this matter, they were immediately overjoyed. Even they didn't notice it after being repaired by Xiao Chen. They already have a great fondness for Xiao Chen, so much so that they don't object to some physical contact. Sir, what happened with Miss Marong? After hesitating for a moment, Han Xinyue asked. Marong Qingshe was a good prospect, but she still didn't want to give up on him like this. Of course, now she is completely based on Xiao Chen's wishes. If the other party still objects, then she can only reluctantly give up. After I follow you back to Wanwaman, if I can help you solve your skill problems. If Miss Marong is willing, she can practice in Wanhua Gate. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, if he could help Wanwaman solve the skill problem, then the entire Wanwaman would be under his control, and he could let Marong Qingshe practice in Wanwaman. After all, at that time, it was your own people who taught your own people, which actually allowed the other party to grow up quickly. Thank you, sir. After hearing Xiao Chen's answer, Han Xinyue was immediately overjoyed. Marong Qingshui's eyes flickered on the side, but he had no intention of refuting Xiao Chen. Her life, Xiao Chen is completely able to make the decision on his own without her consent. This is her devotion to Xiao Chen until death. Next. After some polite words, Xiao Chen also learned that the auction will be officially held tomorrow. Han Xinyue, Nangong Jing and others. He didn't stay in Xiao Chen's room any longer, and left after a brief conversation. Marong Qingshe was the only one who remained speechless. After watching the others leave, she locked the door. Xiao Chen was slightly startled. Miss Marong, are you minding? Did Xiao just agree to let you enter the Wanhua sect without your consent? Seeing Marong Qingshui's abnormal appearance, Xiao Chen coughed dryly and felt a little embarrassed. Although Marong Qingshe is now completely obedient to him. But deciding other people's lives in this way seems to be a bit overstepping. Marong Qingshe shook her head when she heard this, turned her back to Xiao Chen and spoke softly. Everything Qingshe has now is all given to me by Mr. Xiao. Without Mr. Xiao, there would be no Qingshe. So Mr. Xiao can make decisions about Qingshui's future life. The words were not very strong, but there was a touch of determination, as if he was swearing to heaven. This made Xiao Chen feel a little embarrassed. Although she knew that Marong Qingshe had a good impression of him, she didn't expect that she would be so good to him that he could decide his life arbitrarily. Isn't this too much? It's just that Qingshe has a request, and I hope the young master can agree to it. When Xiao Chen's thoughts were turning, Marong Qingshe turned around and raised his hand to grab his collar. I would like to ask you, sir, for Qingshe. Let Qingshe and young master blend in with each other, and let Qingshe belong to you completely. Hiss. As these two sentences fell, Marong Qingshui's face turned red with embarrassment, but she tore off her clothes without any hesitation. With the sound of clothes being torn to pieces, a flawless body appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. This Sania. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and there was a roar in his mind. FK. Is this so f-king sudden? If he had been careful, he and Marong Qingshe had only known each other for less than 3 days. In just 2 or 3 days, he went from stranger to self-sacrifice without even a little buffer. Miss Marong. When the thought came to an end, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and was about to say something. But before he could finish his words, a white shadow swooped over. Master, please don't pity me, leave me a deep memory. When these words reached his ears, Xiao Chen was thrown to the ground. Damn it, reverse push again. Is it true that he is destined to be a mistress and destined to be pushed back by countless beauties? But Kyan is still in seclusion. What if she comes out of seclusion and comes here? Damn, why are you thinking so much? So what if Kyan comes out of seclusion? At worst, the rain and dew will all come together to serve her. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen put on his clothes and looked at the messy room and the unconscious Marong Qingshe. He couldn't help but shook his head. Even with the cultivation of the second level of spiritual aperture, he eventually fainted from being too tired. Is this impressive enough? Young master is truly unparalleled in his charm. No matter where he goes, there are beauties who fall in love with him. Just when Xiao Chen felt a little emotional in his heart, he just opened the window and wanted to take a look at the scenery. A royal sister's voice filled with sourness echoed in the side room. Xiao Chen was immediately shocked. When I turned around, I found that a strange figure had appeared in this wing. 15%. Chapter 73. It is the pride of her life to have such a monster man. Colorful smoke. Seeing this cold and unparalleled figure, Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was a coincidence that I was caught again. Admire the appearance of Queen Medusa. You came out of seclusion so soon. Feeling a little embarrassed and guilty, Xiao Chen coughed dryly and said calmly. I thought it would take Kyan 2 days to get out of seclusion, but I didn't expect the other party to refine the elixir so quickly. This was a surprise for him. Well, I left the seclusion more than an hour ago. I originally wanted to rush over to surprise the young master, but I didn't expect to find him working hard. Kyan nodded when she heard the words, her voice a little faint. I originally wanted to give Xiao Chen a surprise, but unexpectedly, she got a surprise instead. The cool breeze blew directly outside the window for an hour and a half. Then your cultivation level should have returned to the 9th level of heaven and man, right? Hearing Kyan's seemingly resentful words, Xiao Chen laughed and quickly changed the topic. Kyan now made him feel like the supreme god. The aura escaping from his body made him feel as heavy as 1,000 times, and it was countless times more terrifying than before. Thanks to young master, Kyan has now fully recovered her cultivation, and is 3 points stronger than when she was at her peak. Kyan did not continue to be jealous after hearing this. After all, her husband still had to give face. If she spoke too forcefully, she might hurt Xiao Chen's self-esteem. Haha, that's good. In that case, after the auction ends in 2 days, you can come with me to the Manhwa gate. Xiao Chen was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately explained the situation to Kyan. Queen Medusa is 3 points stronger than she was at her peak. With such a strong person escorting her, she will be absolutely safe. By then, if he can capture the entire Manhwa sect, his backstage will be greatly expanded. Heading to Wanwaman. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kyan frowned slightly. Although she has now transformed into a human form, she still has snakescale inner armor to protect her aura. However, several celestial human realm experts from Manhwa sect have all fought against her before, and they will most likely be recognized once they show up. No need to worry. The Manhwa sect is asking for something from me this time, and there is the Zion Chamber of Commerce behind me. If there is no accident, they will not dare to mess around. Seemingly seeing what Kyan was worried about, Xiao Chen waved his hand and said with a slight smile. As long as I can harvest some resources from the 10,000 Flowers Gate, I should be able to transform your bloodline. For such a large sect, it should be easy to harvest hundreds of thousands of points. What's more, Wanwaman is one of the 5 major apex-level forces in the Great Qian dynasty. Even if he is not as rich as the Zion Chamber of Commerce, his net worth should not be that poor. What? After hearing Xiao Chen's last words, Kyan couldn't help but tremble. Breaking through Saint Realma. She only mentioned it once in the Xiao family, but she didn't expect that Xiao Chen always took it to heart and worked silently for her. Whether it's repairing her injuries, restoring her cultivation, or even helping her transform her bloodline. Xiao Chen has been giving silently. And just now, she was a little ignorant and wanted to be jealous because of another woman. Damn it. I'm sorry for Xiao Chen's painstaking efforts towards her. It turns out that the young master has always had me in his heart. It's ridiculous that I don't know how to be satisfied. In a burst of emotion and self-deprecation, Kyan's jealousy disappeared, and instead she felt a strong sense of guilt. Are you okay? When Xiao Chen saw Kyan, he trembled first, then couldn't help clenching his fists tightly, and then showed a hint of self-mockery and shame. It looked a bit like he was about to hit someone, which made him feel a little confused. Phinia. Kyan shook her head when she heard this. He gave Xiao Chen a charming smile and looked at Xiao Chen with twinkling eyes. Young master is indeed an unparalleled talent. He has only been here for a few days. The cultivation level has already broken through to the 9th level of Xuandan. Feeling the changes in Xiao Chen's current cultivation level, Kyan's face showed shock and pride. With Xiao Chen's terrifying breakthrough speed, I'm afraid it won't take too long for her cultivation to slowly catch up with her, or even surpass her. It is the pride of her life to have such an evil man. Haha, just good luck. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this, but he was a little embarrassed. The reason why his cultivation has improved so quickly is partly because the system has opened a cheat for him, and partly also thanks to Kyan, the Queen of Medusa. The opponent is a celestial human realm powerhouse who has cultivated primordial yin for 300 years. Directly let him break through several small realms. Without Kyan's dedicated help, his cultivation would not have been able to break through so quickly. But young master's cultivation level should be able to make further breakthroughs. After taking a closer look at Xiao Chen, a strange look appeared on Kyan's face. Young master just broke this sister's body, and now she has accumulated a large amount of primordial yin essence in her body. If it can be completely refined, it will be enough to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Marong Qingshe has a saint rank pure yin physique. Although her current cultivation level is still relatively weak, her condensed yin origin cannot be underestimated. Well, I'm planning to go into seclusion and refine myself. Xiao Chen nodded when he heard this and took the lead. If you can refine this energy, you should be able to perfectly open up Grotto Heaven. I just don't know how long it will take to refine it. If I accidentally miss the auction, I will be in trouble. Young master, don't worry, I'll help you refine. It only takes a few hours to completely refine it. As if she could see Xiao Chen's confusion, Kyan licked her lips at this moment. Following these two words, a sense of charm echoed in the room. Kyan traced her fingers across her chest, then twisted her waist and slowly approached Xiao Chen. You. What do you want to do? I saw that Kyan was no longer as cold as before, but instead showed a charming attitude. Xiao Chen was immediately shocked. What do you want to do? Kyan showed a charming smile when she heard the words, and rushed towards Xiao Chen when the words fell. Of course. Help the young master break through the Grotto Heaven realm and do what you want to do. Damn it, my life is at risk. Seeing that Kyan was serious, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically and he almost wanted to run away. He was tortured by Kyan 7 times in the past 2 nights. I finally calmed down a bit today, but I was harmed by Marong Qingshe again. He hasn't even had a moment's rest yet, and this woman wants to squeeze him again. Does this still allow him to live? The next morning, when the first ray of sunshine in the morning breaks through the darkness and spreads its breath of life to the earth, the entire Tiandu city also became boiling. Many powerful people from various major forces also entered the Xian Chamber of Commerce. Today's auction is a fate. If you can harvest some treasures from it, it is enough to greatly improve personal strength or the foundation of power. And in Xiao Chen's wing, after a night of selfless dedication by Kyan, Xiao Chen's cultivation also broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm at this time. Along with the roaring explosion, countless spiritual crystals filled the entire wing. A starting point emerged behind Xiao Chen. Immediately afterwards, it was like a big explosion in the universe, and a terrifying suction force erupted in the 5 elements of light. Countless spiritual crystals around him continued to turn into powder, and the vast spiritual energy continued to merge into Grotto Heaven. The Grotto Heaven behind Xiao Chen began to expand from its small starting point. Finally, after swallowing nearly 300,000 spiritual crystals, the Grotto Heaven stopped its expansion trend. An extremely terrifying aura swept across the entire room. 15%. Chapter 74. My husband, Xiao Chen, has the supreme posture of the great emperor. 9-foot Grotto Heaven, martial Dao to the extreme. Seeing the mouthful of Grotto Heaven emerging behind Xiao Chen, Kyan couldn't help but have a look of shock on her face. When the cultivation level breaks through to Grotto Heaven, everyone's talent will be determined based on their talent. The Grotto Heavens that have been carved out also vary in size. 1 foot is the lowest, and 9 feet is the extreme. Even though she has the blood of the sky-swallowing python, martial Dao's talent reaches heavenly rank supreme grade. When breaking through the Grotto Heaven realm, the size of the Grotto Heaven that was opened was only 7 feet. 7 feet later, not to mention every extra foot, even an extra inch, makes a huge difference. Kyan thinks that Xiao Chen's breakthrough into the Grotto Heaven realm this time and the ability to open up an 8-foot-sized Grotto Heaven is already shocking enough. But I never expected it. The Grotto Heaven developed by Xiao Chen this time actually reached the martial Dao limit of 9 feet. My husband, Xiao Chen. Has the supreme posture of the great emperor. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was coming to the end of his breakthrough, Kyan's face was flushed with excitement, and the huge thing on her chest was even more ups and downs. If it weren't for the lack of time now, the woman next to him would have woken up long ago. Kyan even wanted to continue to have a relationship with Xiao Chen. After all, being able to conquer this incomparable evil man is obviously a great achievement for her as a queen. Young master actually broke through the Grotto Heaven realm. Marong Qingshe, who was lying on the bed pretending to be unconscious, opened his eyes through a small slit and saw Xiao Chen's current condition. The whole person was so shocked that he couldn't get up. In fact, Xiao Chen woke up from her coma long after her battle with Kyan. But I didn't expect it when I opened my eyes. I saw that aloof elder sister in red, riding directly on Xiao Chen like a queen. That kind of powerful aura and exciting scenes let her mind go blank. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen would be squeezed even more fiercely after being taken away from her. At this special moment, she didn't dare to disturb these two people, so she could only pretend to be unconscious. But she never expected that this costume would last for 2.5 hours, almost from late at night to dawn. Only the elder sister in red was willing to let Mr. Xiao go, and then Mr. Xiao's cultivation level broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Just a few days. Soaring from the 7th level of the spiritual aperture to the Grotto Heaven realm, this is an unprecedented breakthrough speed. It could shock her for 10,000 years. But these are not what she cares about most at the moment. After all, the young master is unparalleled in the world, so it is normal for him to be such a monster. The most important question now is, how will she face Xiao Chen and this cold elder sister later? While thinking crazily in my mind about how to deal with it next, Marong Qingshe could only lie on the bed and continue to pretend to be unconscious, not even daring to move when her body felt cold. When you wake up, just get up. After calming down her inner excitement, Kyan glanced at Marong Qingshe and spoke in a calm voice. Anyway, these are her future sisters, and she must learn to get along with each other. Aha! After hearing Kyan's words, Marong Qingshe exclaimed and quickly got up from the bed. Then he pulled up the sheets to cover himself, with a look of shame and embarrassment on his face. Sister. What do you call me? After bowing her head and struggling for a long time, Marong Qingshe mustered up the courage, gritted her teeth and asked Kyan. Kyan's aura was too strong, which made her feel flustered. After all, the opponent is a transcendent level expert, and he can easily kill her with just a few moves. My name is Kyan. Seeing Marong Qingshui's guilty and uneasy look, Kyan tried to speak as gently as possible at this moment. You don't have to be so timid. Since you have committed yourself to the young master, I will not do anything to you. But there's one thing you have to remember. You are the son of a prince one day, and you will be the son of a prince all your life. Even if your cultivation level is low and you can't help the young master, I will take care of it for you if you need anything. But if you betray the young master one day, I will get rid of you without hesitation. There was even a touch of chill in his voice at the end, causing the temperature in the room to drop suddenly at this moment. It also made Marong Qingshe raise her head sharply. I will not betray the young master. After saying this loudly, Marong Qingshe said in a very firm voice when she saw Kyan raising her head and looking over. Qingshe can swear to God, in this life, I will be the young master's person when I am born, and I will be the young master's soul when I die. If I dare to betray you one day, I am willing to be struck by 5 thunders and annihilated. The words were firm and unwavering, without the slightest hint of fear. Kyan looked slightly startled. She is indeed a bitch. Although Marong Qingshe knew Xiao Chen, it only lasted 3 days. But the other party's unswerving love for Xiao Chen is probably not much weaker than that of her, the queen. This is really a bad fate. Young master is about to wake up. Please put on your clothes first. After recognizing Marong Qingshui's feelings in her heart, Kyan's voice became more gentle. A genius whose talents and qualifications are even more evil than hers. If it can be cultivated in the future, it may be able to help a lot. Marong Qingshe suddenly looked embarrassed when she heard this. She quickly took out a set of clothes from her ring and put on her new makeup in a few moments. Here is another image of Marong Qingshe. Is this the Grotto Heaven realm? Almost after Marong Qingshe put on her clothes, Xiao Chen also completely ended this breakthrough. I felt that the Grotto Heaven behind me was like a small world of 5 elements, containing countless times more terrifying essence than before. A look of shock appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Although he had a premonition that this breakthrough would cause him to undergo an earth-shaking transformation, he did not expect that his transformation would become so exaggerated. With the vast amount of true energy contained in his current Grotto Heaven, coupled with his own cultivation techniques and divine ability. Even if he has little actual combat experience, he is still invincible in the Grotto Heaven realm. After breaking through the Grotto Heaven realm, I can also control the air. He felt that his body could float at will as his thoughts moved. Xiao Chen had an excited look on his face. Royal air. This is the dream of many people, and they often dreamed about it in their previous lives. Unexpectedly, Less than 10 days after he transmigrated here, he not only realized his childhood dream of flying to the sky, but also had superhuman strength. This transmigrate experience is so cool. But we still have to get the function wing. This is a good material that can be used to create flying treasures and increase agility and defense. After slowly controlling his cultivation aura, Xiao Chen still did not forget the flying treasure. Although his cultivation level has broken through to the grotto heaven realm, he can fly freely without the help of external objects. But his current cultivation level is still a bit low, and his explosive speed is still not much faster. If he is assisted by heavenly rank flying treasures, even if he only has the cultivation level of the grotto heaven realm, he can completely defeat other strong men in the grotto heaven realm. After suppressing his thoughts, Xiao Chen realized that two women were looking at him. Kyan looked like a royal sister and licked her lips towards him, as if she still had something to say. Marong Qingshe on the side was pure and well-behaved, with an expression on her face that I respected Kyan as my eldest sister. Xiao Chen suddenly felt embarrassed. But in his perception, Marong Qingshui's cultivation level has actually broken through to the 6th level of spiritual aperture, so the other party must have benefited from it last night. This surprised Xiao Chen. You have talked. When the atmosphere became a little weird, Xiao Chen broke the deadlock with a dry cough. Well, she is a good girl. I will teach her if I have the opportunity in the future. Kyan nodded when she heard this and said something casually to lighten the atmosphere. The auction of the Xi'an Chamber of Commerce is about to begin, and we should enter the venue if we calculate the time. After hearing Kyan's words, Xiao Chen suddenly smiled lightly. After changing the topic, he stood up and walked towards the door. Judging from the situation, there should be no conflict between the two of them, which made him feel very relieved. He will definitely have many beauties in the future. If the other party was so sensible, it would save him a lot of trouble. Kyan and Marong Qingshe didn't say anything after hearing this. They all followed Xiao Chen obediently towards the Xi'an auction venue. 16%. Chapter 75. What goddamn man dares to do such harm? Inside the auction venue. At this time, the seats at the bottom were already filled with many powerful men. Most of these are other cities in Guangzhou, or some strong men from first and second-rate forces. Most of the cultivation levels are in the Xuandan realm or the Nirvana realm. On some high platforms around the auction, only some distinguished guests from the Xi'an Chamber of Commerce were eligible to sit on them for the auction. Xiao Chen and his party, led by the maid, went straight to the VIP platform number 3. Only discovered at this time. The entire auction venue was already overcrowded, and even the 8 high platforms were filled with distinguished guests. On the first platform is a young man in white, surrounded by 2 maids and an old man. It seems to be somewhat extraordinary. On the second high platform was Yang Xiao, the prince of Zhenan whom he had met, as well as his protector and the loser Nalan Shiji. The high platform at number 4 next to it is Nangong Jing and his party, and the high platform at number 5 is Duan Haoming and his protectors. On the number 6 platform were 2 old men wearing masks, one black and one white, exuding a permeating aura. On the number 7 platform is a man with a big belly, who looks like a wealthy businessman with all his jewels. On the number 8 platform is a woman with her face covered, followed by a white-haired old woman. The 2 of them also look quite mysterious. Sir, those 2 masked old men are both celestial human realm powerhouses. When I first entered the number 3 platform, Kyan glanced at the number 6 platform and told Xiao Chen in a surprised voice. Although the auras of these 2 people were well controlled, she had fully recovered her cultivation at this time and could still see through them easily. Oh, after hearing Kyan's words, Xiao Chen suddenly became curious. He glanced at high platform number 6, and then turned on the identification function. A pair of twin brothers who do all kinds of evil, broke through the celestial human realm after practicing for 320 years. I once sacrificed a blood sacrifice to a city to recover from my injuries. Now I am being fully wanted by the Dakian royal family. I am called the Black and White Twin Ghost by many powerful people in the dynasty. At present, the cultivation level of the 2 of them has reached the first level of heaven and human beings. If they attack together, they can compete with the 3rd level of heaven and human beings. Black and white ghosts. After checking out the information of these 2 old men, a strange color flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He didn't expect to meet a wanted criminal, which surprised him. As long as they don't provoke us, ignore these 2 old guys. After knowing the strength and identity of these 2 people, Xiao Chen immediately looked away and responded calmly. With Kyan's current strength, she is not afraid of these two people at all. Of course, Xiao Chen is not a righteous person. He wants to arrest wanted criminals whenever he sees them. As long as the other party doesn't mess with him, there's no need for him to meddle in other people's business. By the way, no matter what conflict occurs next, don't expose your true cultivation level first. It seemed like he was remembering something. Xiao Chen glanced at several high platforms and suddenly gave Kyan a warning. Although Kyan has now returned to the 9th level of heaven and human beings, and is not afraid of most powerful people, it will still be very troublesome for her identity to be exposed. Therefore, Xiao Chen still wants to keep a low profile unless absolutely necessary. Brother, there seem to be a few body of pure yin over there. When Xiao Chen told Kyan, the old man in white among the black and white ghosts looked at Nangong Jing and others with a serious look. He said in a hoarse voice. The two of them practice magic skills and always like to collect yin and replenish yang. Unexpectedly, I would encounter several body of pure yin in this auction. This is an unexpected surprise. There is also a body of pure yin on the number 3 platform, but its aura is a bit turbid. It must have just lost its primordial yin. But that woman in red actually made me feel a sense of crisis. After hearing the words of the old man in white, the old man in black said solemnly. Don't act rashly first, wait until the auction is over, and then find an opportunity to test the depth of these women. They disguised their identities and came to the auction not to auction anything. And here you are looking for a target. Once the auction comes up they want something. After being auctioned off at a high price, as long as they lock in the target and find the opportunity, they will be able to reap a bumper harvest. Although this behavior is more time-consuming, it is better than directly robbing the Zion Chamber of Commerce. The risk is much smaller and it is not easily exposed. Young master, the pure yin aura on that woman's body has become a little turbid. It seems that she has lost her virginity. On the 5th platform, Duan Haoming stared at Murong Qingshe after Xiao Chen and his party walked in. There was no concealment of the burning feeling on his face. But after hearing the old man in red say these words, his expression couldn't help but change. What did you say? Duan Haoming turned his head and looked at the old man in red, obviously unable to believe this fact. Body of pure yin. The body contains majestic pure yin energy, which will be fed back to the man when having sex with him. The more advanced the body of pure yin is, the stronger the feedback effect will be during dual cultivation. Therefore, many body of pure yin, even if they are kept in captivity as furnaces, will not be harvested too early. Unexpectedly, Murong Qingshe, a woman whose cultivation had only reached the spiritual orifice realm, would be deprived of her virginity so quickly. This is simply a waste of natural resources. Which goddamn man would dare to waste it like this? Feeling in disbelief inside, Duan Haoming looked at Xiao Chen with eyes that were about to spit fire, and he almost wanted to rush to the 3rd platform to FK him. Apart from the man sitting next to Murong Qingshe, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could break through him. A fine supreme grade furnace was ruined like this. This guy really deserves to die. Feeling that someone was staring at him, Xiao Chen turned around in confusion. He immediately met Duan Haoming's fire-like eyes, which made Xiao Chen frown in confusion. Where did this guy come from? Why does he seem to have a deep hatred for him? Xiao Chen still doesn't know what happened yesterday. So he doesn't know Duan Haoming. Master, do you need to dig out his eyes? Kyan on the side also noticed Duan Haoming's eyes full of hatred. After giving Duan Haoming a cold look, she asked Xiao Chen in a somewhat solemn voice. Although she did not know who this guy was, he dared to look resentful towards her man. These eyeballs should be dug out and crushed on the spot. Well, look at Queen Medusa's cold little eyes. Don't pay attention, it's just an ant. Xiao Chen shook his head when he heard this and responded with some disdain. The auction is about to begin, and it's not a good time to cause trouble. If this guy has a grudge for something, then wait until the auction is over and deal with it together. Hiss. What a scary look. Could this woman in red be the universal truth realm powerhouse that Yang Xiao said was following the man named Xiao? After being glanced at by Kyan, Duan Haoming's pupils suddenly shrank. Just a look. It made him feel a strong life and death crisis. This woman's strength was probably stronger than his protector. Young master, that woman. I can't beat her. When Duan Haoming was shocked, the expression of the old man in red also changed drastically. Just a look. He could feel that he was no match at all. What are you afraid of? Elder Black Flame has already arrived at Chaoshan capital city. As long as I can successfully auction the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, our Burning Flame Valley will truly rise this time. After hearing the words of the old man in red, Duan Haoming immediately sneered. Yesterday, he had just received a text message from his father, claiming that he had captured the 1,000-year Earth Core Fire. It's just that the energy of the 1,000-year Earth Core Fire is too violent. Even with the help of the other two celestial human realm powerhouses, his father can only barely control it now, and there is no way to completely integrate Union the Millennium Earth Core Fire. But if you can get the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, use the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill to protect your heart. His father will be 80% sure that he can forcibly integrate the Union's Millennium Earth Core Fire. Once his father completely integrated Union, he might be able to use this opportunity to successfully step into the Saint Realm level. By then, with the support of a Saint Realm father, who else dares to provoke him within the Great Qian dynasty? When Duan Haoming's thoughts fell, suddenly a light came on the high platform of the auction, and a beautiful purple figure walked onto the high platform. The atmosphere in the entire auction venue became commotion at this moment. 16%. Chapter 76. Do you think this girl will be afraid of you? Ladies and gentlemen, this auction will be hosted by a young woman. If there is anything inappropriate during the hosting process, I hope all guests can forgive me. As a royal sister's voice echoed in the venue, Ziluo walked to the center of the high platform with elegant steps. Hiss, it's really Miss Ziluo. I never thought that I would be able to witness Miss Ziluo's grace in my lifetime. Ha ha ha, I've heard for a long time that Miss Ziluo is as beautiful as a celestial immortal. Today I saw her and she truly lives up to her reputation. Although Miss Ziluo's appearance and figure are impeccable, I still like the white-haired girls on the fourth platform. Are you really looking for death? Those people are from the Manhwa sect. Be careful if they hear about it and castrate you. After Ziluo appeared, there was a lot of noise below. Countless strong men stared at Ziluo with fiery faces, and some young masters even wished they could devour each other. After all, this is the jewel in the eye of Xian Chamber of Commerce. If it can get the favor of Miss Ziluo, it can be used for the rest of its life. Purple. Really looks more charming. Ziluo's outfit today was modified by the author using an old picture. The original picture was posted in the comment area. Seeing Ziluo wearing a low-collar leather coat today, paired with her stunning face and purple hair, she brought out Sister Yu's alluring charm to the extreme. Xiao Chen couldn't help but murmur with some appreciation, causing Kai Yan and Marong Qingshe to stand aside. At this moment, his eyes couldn't help but stare, with a thoughtful look on his face. Young master, do you like purple clothes? After a moment of silence, Kaiyan suddenly asked. This made Xiao Chen slightly stunned. Turning around, he saw Kaiyan and Marong Qingshe staring straight at him, as if he would immediately change into purple clothes if he said something he liked. Well, everyone has their own merits, and not everyone is suitable for purple. For example, Kaiyan, your red outfit reflects the temperament of a queen. Qingshe, you can also show off your beauty even if you are dressed in white. If you imitate others just for the sake of comparison, sometimes it will be counterproductive. Seeing the eager looks in the two women's eyes, Xiao Chen coughed dryly and explained. Kaiyan and Marong Qingshe were slightly startled when they heard this, and a charming smile appeared on their pretty faces. Since Xiao Chen likes them like this, they will keep it that way. When their thoughts fell, the two of them did not pay attention to this matter and continued to focus on the venue. And this time, after Ziluo made some opening remarks, she finally entered the auction process. The first auction item, 5 supreme grade spiritual crystals, with a base price of 20,000 spiritual crystals. Each bid increase must not be less than 1,000 spiritual crystals. Start bidding now. As Ziluo presented a pill box, the entire auction venue was in an uproar. Hiss, the first auction item is the supreme grade elixir, and there are 5 pills at one time. This Xian Chamber of Commerce is indeed a big spender. In the past, the price of a supreme grade spiritual crystal pill could reach 5,000 spiritual crystals. Now that 5 supreme grade spiritual crystals are being auctioned together, I'm afraid I won't be able to get them without tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. I'll give you 20,005 spiritual crystals. When the venue was in an uproar, someone finally couldn't help but bid. The atmosphere of the entire venue was instantly ignited. 26,000, 28,000. After a fierce bidding process, these 5 supreme grade Ling Yuan pills finally sold for a high price of 53,000. It was auctioned by a man in black. Each supreme grade Lingyuan pill is twice as much as the market price. This is the horror of auction bidding. Next is the second auction item, which is also 5 supreme grade pills, but it is a higher grade Peiyuan pill. It can allow Xuandan realm monks to improve their cultivation level without any side effects. The low price of these 5 supreme grade Peiyuan pills is 100,000 spiritual crystals. Each bid increase must not be less than 5,000 spiritual crystals. Everyone, start bidding. After signaling the maid to bring out the second auction item, Ziluo spoke passionately about the item on the high platform. As the last few words fell, the entire auction venue was once again in an uproar. Supreme grade elixir again. This auction is more advanced than before. The first 2 auction items turned out to be supreme grade elixirs. Zion Chamber of Commerce has really spent a lot of money this time. Quote. When the venue became heated, many people had already started bidding. These 5 supreme grade Peiyuan pills. In just a short moment, 180,000 spirit crystals arrived, and the auction price was still rising rapidly. 200,000 spiritual crystals. I want these 5 supreme grade Peiyuan pills. When everyone was bidding fiercely, Duan Haoming suddenly stood up from the high platform, and his cold voice echoed in the auction venue. As these 2 sentences fell, the entire auction became dead silent. Everyone frowned and looked at the VIP platform number 5, obviously not expecting anyone to dare to speak so arrogantly. This is Duan Haoming, the young master of Burning Flame Valley. After recognizing Duan Haoming, most people's expressions changed. He didn't continue to bid. After all, this is the young master of Burning Flame Valley, a bad boy who is famous for his arrogance and domineering attitude. If they offended the young master Duan Haoming for a few supreme grade Peiyuan pills, it would be very detrimental to the forces behind them. You want to get these supreme grade Yuan earring pills with 200,000 spiritual crystals. If you can't afford it, don't be embarrassed. When the whole place became dead silent, Ziluo frowned. A cold voice suddenly sounded from the number 4 platform, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Nangong Jing looked at Duan Haoming with disdain, and then continued to shout in a cold voice. I'll pay 210,000. The supreme grade Pei Yuan Dan was helpful to both her and Li Wanqing. How could this guy be allowed to use his power to auction off others? It's the little bitch again. Hearing Nangong Jing's merciless words, Duan Haoming's face turned livid at this moment. Yesterday, she prevented him from kidnapping Murong Qingshe, and today she stood up to snatch the elixir from him. This little bitch is really dancing. 250,000. After accumulating anger in his heart, Duan Haoming roared solemnly. His cultivation is only at the 5th level of Zondan. If he can get these supreme grade Yuan Pei Dan, his cultivation can break through at least 3 minor realms. The gap in cultivation with people like Yangshao and Ziluo will undoubtedly be narrowed in a short period of time. He must get these pills. 260,000. Almost when Duan Haoming shouted out, Nangong Jing had a cold face and shouted out the price. HMPH, 300,000 spiritual crystals. This young master has a lot of spiritual crystals. If you want to play, I can accompany you to the end. Seeing that Nangong Jing seemed to be angry with him, Duan Haoming immediately said mockingly. 300,000 spiritual crystals. Buying 5 supreme grade Peiyuan pills is already a bit of a loss. However, he was overwhelmed by this woman yesterday, and he couldn't lose to her in terms of momentum at this time. Do you think this girl will be afraid of you? 301,000 spiritual crystals. After hearing Duan Haoming's words, Nangong Jing's expression became even colder. After snorting coldly, he also increased the price. The entire auction venue was silent at this time, with only Duan Haoming and Nangong Jing competing. 310,000 spiritual crystals were used to buy 5 supreme grade Yuan Pei Dan. It must be said that these powerful forces are very courageous. Xiao Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly as he watched the 2 of them fighting. When Duan Haoming used his power to suppress others, he originally wanted to raise the price. After all, this was his auction item. Unexpectedly, Nangong Jing was 1 step ahead. He was very happy to see this scene at this time. The higher the price is, the higher the profit will be afterward. Haha, it's not interesting to add more than 10,000 yuan. You Wanwaman are really picky. 360,000. After looking at Nangong Jing with disdain, Duan Haoming shouted out the price arrogantly. But there was a cold look in his eyes. Spending 360,000 spiritual crystals to buy 5 supreme grade Peiyuan pills is a bit mindless. Even if he is the young master of Burning Flame Valley, he cannot spend money unscrupulously. After all, he still has to keep the spiritual crystals to auction the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, and the previous auction items cannot consume too many spiritual crystals. As long as Nangong Jing is stimulated and shouts out the price again, he will immediately stop and let this little bitch buy it. It can be regarded as repaying yesterday's grudge. What did you say? Hearing Duan Haoming openly mocking Wanwaman, Nangong Jing's face instantly became gloomy, and her cold words echoed at this time. 16%. Chapter 77. If you miss it this time, you may not meet again in the future. As expected of the young master of Burning Flame Valley. Spend 360,000 spiritual crystals to buy 5 supreme grade Yuan Pei Dan. This wasteful ability is truly unmatched by Nangong Jing. Just when Duan Haoming thought that Nangong Jing was hot-headed and wanted to follow the price. Who knew that after the other party made a mockery, he immediately gave up and continued bidding, which confused Duan Haoming on the spot. Are you f***ing kidding me? Seeing Nangong Jing suddenly giving up and not following, Duan Haoming felt like he was eating shit. His face instantly turned livid. Yesterday, he suffered a loss from this little bitch. Today, he thought he could win the game, but in the end, he let the other party play tricks on him again. Just thinking about it makes Kun Kun so angry. No Monia. Hearing Duan Haoming's gritted words, Nangong Jing replied with a few words lightly, almost making Duan Haoming angry and storming off on the spot. Of course, Nangong Jing did have no money. Yesterday, in order for Xiao Chen to treat her, she had to hand over $778 of her net worth. Now the spiritual crystals on her body are all public funds of Manhwa sect. It was to be used to bid for the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, but she could not be allowed to use it to squander her family at this time. 360,000 once. 360,000 3 times. Congratulations to VIP station number 5 for winning this auction item. When Duan Haoming looked aggrieved, Ziluo glanced at the number 5 platform and struck the auction hammer with a few words. Directly determines the transaction. Then he signaled the maid to take down the pillbox and asked Cloud Mountain to go to the high platform to conduct the transaction. Damn it. After hearing Ziluo's final decision, Duan Haoming's expression became distorted. The elixir, which was originally worth about 200,000 yuan, was now raised to 360,000 yuan, which was simply cutting into his heart. The key is that he can't regret it yet. Otherwise, you will be blacklisted by the Xi'an Chamber of Commerce, and all your belongings will be deducted. It's a bit of a grievance. Seeing the fight between Duan Haoming and Nangong Jing, Xiao Chen looked at Duan Haoming strangely. I wanted to take advantage of it for a moment, but ended up getting more. This young master of Burning Flame Valley seems a little not very smart. The third auction item is the profound rank elixir. At the same time that Xiao Chen's thoughts fell, Ziluo's voice sounded again. It's just the Tianling Dan, a rare elixir among profound rank elixirs, which can increase the chance of breaking through to the Grotto Heaven realm from the revolving Dan realm. The quality of the Tianling pills auctioned this time also reaches the supreme grade level. Not only can it increase the chance of breakthrough by 80%, but it can also increase one's own foundation when breaking through, and hopefully open up a Grotto Heaven of more than 5 feet. The auction base price for this supreme grade heavenly spirit pill is 80,000 spirit crystals. Each bid increase must not be less than 10,000. If you are interested, start bidding. As the auction hammer fell, the entire venue was boiling again. Xiao Chen handed over more than 1 supreme grade elixir to Xi'an Chamber of Commerce. However, Ziluo did not put it up for auction at once, but divided it into several auctions to raise the auction price to the highest price. Damn it, it's supreme grade elixirs again. Xi'an Chamber of Commerce has robbed some alchemist's elixir library. How can there be so many supreme grade elixirs for auction? Hiss, a supreme grade elixir means a strong man from the Grotto Heaven realm. I can't miss anything now. Ha ha ha, my son Wang Tenka has been in the 9th level of the revolving pill for many years. With the help of the supreme grade heavenly spirit pill, wouldn't he be able to break through the barrier easily? Damn, I don't have enough spiritual crystals on me, can I sell my butt to repay it? Quote. The whole venue was in an uproar, and all kinds of rude remarks kept coming out. Everyone was shocked by the supreme grade elixir, but no one called out the bidding price for a while. This elixir. I must take it. Looking at the supreme grade heavenly spirit pill at the auction, Yang Xiao's breathing became a little rapid at this time. His cultivation level happens to be at the 9th level of Zondan. If he had the help of supreme grade Tianling Dan, he would be able to reach the 9th level. Not only can you easily break through to the Grotto Heaven realm, but you can also open up a Grotto Heaven over 6 feet tall. This young master will give you 100,000 spiritual crystals. Just when Yang Xiao was excited, Duan Haoming stood up and shouted again. Although his cultivation has not yet reached the 9th level of the revolving pill, this thing will definitely come in handy after buying it. If you miss it this time, you may not meet again in the future. I will give you 110,000 yuan. As Duan Haoming finished speaking, Yang Xiao's bidding followed closely behind. Bidding between two people, the atmosphere in the auction venue instantly exploded, and other powerful people also bid at this time. There was no scruple about the background behind Duan Haoming and Yang Xiao. In just a short moment, this supreme grade elixir was sold for a huge price of 180,000 yuan. The powerful people who had secured ordinary seats at the venue had to reluctantly give up at this time. Only the 8 VIP tables were still bidding. 200,000. When VIP booth number 1 shouted a high price of 180,000 yuan, Yang Xiao couldn't help shouting a higher price at this moment. Spending 200,000 spirit crystals to buy a supreme grade heavenly spirit pill is as wasteful as Duan Haoming just now. As the quotation fell this time, the entire venue became a little quiet. Even VIP number 1, VIP number 8, Duan Haoming, Nangong Jing and others fell silent at this moment. If this price continues, I'm afraid my family will be unable to bear it. 21,000. Just when Zi Luo was about to make a decision, a soft voice made Yang Xiao's face freeze. Looking in the direction of the sound, I discovered that it was VIP booth number 3 next to it. Brother Xiao, you don't seem to be giving me any face, right? Looking at Xiao Chen, who had two beauties on his left and right with a calm look on his face, Yang Xiao said in a solemn voice. Sorry, my cultivation has just reached the 9th level of the revolving pill, and I need a heavenly spirit pill to help break through. Xiao Chen glanced at Yang Xiao when he heard this, and then replied with a faint smile. He was the one who put the elixir up for auction today. If there was a chance to raise the price, he would still be happy to shout a few words. You fart, you can cultivate to the 9th level of Xuandan at the age of 18. Do you think you are the reincarnation of a strong man from Saint Realm? I see that you clearly want to go against His Royal Highness. When Xiao Chen finished speaking, Nalan Shiji couldn't help but shouted. Seeing how close Xiao Chen and Marong Qingshe were, Nalan Shiji had been holding his breath for a long time. I caught the opportunity at this time, if I didn't spray. He even felt like he was being greened. Shut up, did I let you speak? Hearing that Nalan Shiji couldn't help but get angry, Yang Xiao kicked him directly at this moment, almost knocking Nalan Shiji off the platform. 220,000. When Zi Luo was about to make the final decision, Yang Xiao spoke with a solemn expression. 240,000. Xiao Chen raised his eyes slightly when he heard this, shouted something and closed his eyes again. This kind of unobtrusive look made Yang Xiao's teeth grind to pieces. 250,000. The next moment, Yang Xiao shouted out the price with a livid face. This was already the psychological limit of what he could bear. If Xiao Chen continued to argue with him, he would have no choice but to grit his teeth and give up the pill. Since Brother Yang is so obsessed with this elixir, then Mr. Xiao will give you some face. As if aware of Yang Xiao's bottom line, Xiao Chen said with a faint smile at this moment. Shout a few words casually. It would allow him to receive tens of thousands more spiritual crystals, which felt pretty good. Thank you so much, Brother Xiao. Yang Xiao's face was extremely cold when he heard this, and he replied with a smile on his face. The hatred in my heart for Xiao Chen was even stronger at this time. And after no one else bids, this supreme grade heavenly spirit pill also fell into the hands of Yang Xiao. Next, after this episode, the atmosphere of the auction became increasingly lively. However, the next few auction items that appeared later were all profound rank mysterious weapons or some earth rank techniques. Xiao Chen was not very interested in any of these things until the next thing appeared, which made Xiao Chen's eyes light up slightly. 16%. Chapter 78. If you are still interested in riding demons and slaying demons and slaying demons has nothing to do with him. The 7th auction item is a stone bell spirit milk. There are 10 drops of this stone bell spirit milk, and its grade has reached Earth rank middle grade. After taking it, it can at least directly improve the cultivation level of Grotto Heaven realm experts by 2 or 3 small realms. The auction base price for this item is 200,000 spirit crystals, and each bid must not be less than 10,000. After a brief introduction, Ziluo struck the auction hammer. The entire venue was in an uproar, and many powerful people were bidding at this time. In just a short moment, this bottle of Stone Bell spirit milk. It was sold to a high price of 300,000 yuan. The Stone Bell spiritual milk is conceived by the Stone Bell spiritual pillar condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It takes hundreds of years to breed a drop of Stone Bell spiritual milk. To be able to harvest 10 drops of Stone Bell spirit milk at the same time, this seller has a really good chance. Looking at the bottle of stone spirit milk on the stage, Xiao Chen murmured in wonder. But what really excited him was not that the Stone Bell spirit milk could improve his cultivation, but that this thing could be upgraded. The Stone Bell spiritual milk is produced by the Stone Bell spiritual pillar after spending hundreds of years, and its highest quality level can only reach Earth rank supreme grade. But if it takes hundreds of thousands of years of gestation, the Stone Bell spiritual milk will undergo transformation and become a more advanced Stone Bell spiritual essence. This is a rare heavenly rank spiritual object. Not only can it greatly improve the cultivation level of universal truth realm experts, it also has great effects on some celestial human realm experts. In general, this transformation requires a long period of time, but Xiao Chen can upgrade through the system. Once he takes these 10 drops of Stone Bell spiritual milk, he will completely turn them into Stone Bell spiritual essence. VIP number 8, 360,000 once, 360,000 twice. Is anyone still bidding? If not, this piece of Stone Bell spirit milk belongs to 370,000. Just when Ziluo was about to make the final decision, Xiao Chen's voice also sounded. This made the masked woman at VIP booth number 8 couldn't help but turn her eyes at this moment. Next moment, after the two eyes met, Xiao Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The saint of the Qingqiu Fox clan possesses the rare 8-tailed celestial fox physique, and is expected to be promoted to the Saint King realm in this life. Currently cultivated to the 7th level of Grotto Heaven, and is good at soul attack methods. These two short sentences of basic information made Xiao Chen look in disbelief. Qingqiu Fox clan. This is a mysterious race living in the Xiwen Mountains in the southern part of the Great Qian dynasty. Its strength is only stronger than that of the snake people. And all the men and women in the Fox clan are handsome and comely. He was once hunted by powerful humans, and finally had no choice but to hide in Xiwen Mountain. Unexpectedly, I would meet a Fox clan saint in Xian Auction Hall. Even Qian didn't see through it, which surprised him. Is so dangerous. The moment she saw Xiao Chen's gaze, the Fox saint's body trembled slightly, as if she was being seen through. The next moment, he couldn't help but look away, and his expression became very solemn. Saint, what's wrong? The white-haired old woman on the side saw this and immediately asked, looking at Xiao Chen. Turn around, don't look at him. However, just when the old woman made a move, the voice of the holy lady of the Fox clan suddenly rang out, which made the white-haired old woman tremble slightly. This is the saint of the Fox clan. The only being whose bloodline has returned to his ancestors for thousands of years. He is born with the ability to charm all living beings and see shattering void delirium. It's not easy for that young human race to make the other party so fearful. Could it be? Have their identities been exposed? When the thought fell, the white-haired old woman's aura became a little messy, and she seemed to be ready to take action at any time. Don't mess up your position, just wait and see what happens. That woman in red is Queen Medusa of the Snake Tribe, and her cultivation has reached the 9th level of heaven and human. The two old men on the number 6 platform are also strong in the celestial human realm and have also practiced magic. Although you have the 5th level cultivation of heaven and human, once you are exposed, our life or death will be unpredictable. When the white-haired old woman was nervous, Bai Suxin said in a low voice. After hearing Bai Suxin's words, the white-haired old woman trembled, and her expression gradually returned to calm. Sir, are there any problems with those two people? Seeing Xiao Chen staring at VIP booth number 8, Qian asked with some confusion at this time. It turns out that there is heavenly rank treasure as a cover. No wonder you couldn't see anything strange just now. After using the identification function to investigate, Xiao Chen turned around and explained with a smile. What? They are the Qingqiu Fox clan. After hearing Xiao Chen reveal the identity of the other party, Rao Qian was also shocked at this time. Ignore them. Feeling that Bai Suxin had no ill intentions towards him, Xiao Chen did not want to slay the demon at this time. After all, the confidant beside him is Queen Medusa of the Snake People. If he is still interested in riding demons and slaying demons has nothing to do with him. When the two people's eyes met, Bai Suxin was frightened and did not dare to continue bidding with Xiao Chen. The bottle of Stone Bell Spirit Milk fell into Xiao Chen's hands. Next, as the auction proceeds, all kinds of rare treasures emerge one after another, and the bidding atmosphere becomes more and more heated. Naturally, these include various supreme-grade elixirs provided by Xiao Chen. Every time it appears, Xiao Chen would raise the price in the auction just right, and earn hundreds of thousands more spiritual crystals for himself. As for the Fengshenyi that he was thinking about, because the grade reaches Earth rank supreme grade, plus the rarity of flying treasures. In the end, he successfully won the treasure at a high price of 490,000 yuan, overwhelming the audience. After, Xiao Chen also bid for some monster materials or some rare Earth rank spirit medicine, even some high-level remnants. These are all treasures that can be turned into treasures, upgraded or synthesized again. As long as he has enough points in the future, his foundation will be doubled several times. And because of too frequent bidding, Xiao Chen also made Duan Haoming, Yang Xiao and others hate him. Originally, some treasure pills could be bought at very low prices. It can be said that because of Xiao Chen's interference, they almost all suffered heavy losses. Only Zi Luo, the real owner, couldn't help laughing when she saw Xiao Chen bidding so hard. Without Xiao Chen's bidding, I'm afraid that the amount of money in this auction would be reduced by 10% or 20%. But now that Xiao Chen is unscrupulous, their Xian Chamber of Commerce has made a lot of money this time. This Mr. Xiao, definitely the most beautiful one in this auction. Next, is the 84th item in this auction, and it is also the first and final item in this auction. Resurrection Purple Pill. As the entire auction comes to an end, most of the powerful people can only wait and watch, without even the ability to bid. At this time, Zi Luo took out a pill box, and a formation light screen lit up on the high platform. An elixir with a purple halo floated quietly above the elixir box. Saw this purple pill, everyone present took a deep breath, with disbelief on their faces. It's actually the purple pill of restoration. This is a panacea that can restore your cultivation. I never thought anyone would be willing to put it up for auction. I have a soul resurrection purple pill in my hand. If something unexpected happens in the future, this is an opportunity to stand up from behind. I don't know what level this resurrection purple pill is. If it's a rank 7 pill, there's still hope for it, but if it's a rank 8 pill, I can only stay away. Quote. After Zi Luo revealed the soul-reviving purple pill, the whole venue was almost noisy. After all, the resurrection purple pill was added later, and the publicity in the front was somewhat inadequate. Many powerful people didn't know that there was such a thing for auction, but its appearance at this time caused a huge wave of waves. 16%. Chapter 79 is expected of Xian Chamber of Commerce. It attaches great importance to after-sales service. Everyone. This is a low-grade rank 7 soul-restoring purple pill, but its potency is perfectly smelted, enough to restore the injured high-level power to the second level of universal truth. The auction base price for this object is 800,000 spiritual crystals, and the bid increase for each auction must not be less than 30,000. If you are interested, start bidding. As Zi Luo banged the auction hammer again, the entire auction venue became extremely excited. I'm offering 900,000. Almost as soon as Zi Luo finished speaking, an old man started bidding directly. Hey, I raised 100,000 in one go. Is this old guy crazy? This is the great elder of Qingzhou Qingyan Pavilion. It is said that a deputy master of Qingyan Pavilion was severely injured. Although his injuries have been fully recovered, his cultivation level has dropped to the Grotto Heaven realm. With the help of this purple pill of restoration, Qingyan Pavilion will have another universal truth realm powerhouse, and his status will definitely be first-rate in Qingzhou. Quote. Many people in the venue were shocked when they saw this old man calling out prices. This kind of bidding courage is really rare. 930,000. But the wonder didn't last long. The wealthy businessmen at VIP booth number 7 also started bidding, which directly ignited the bidding atmosphere at the venue. 960,000. 990,000. 1,080,000. Almost in a matter of moments. This low-grade fulling purple pill, rank 7, has been sold to a high price of 1.08 million, and the upward trend has not stopped at all. This prince will offer 1.6 million. When this trend intensified, the young man in white at VIP booth number 1 suddenly stood up and shouted. As these words fell, the entire venue suddenly fell silent. Many powerful people looked at VIP booth number 1. Unexpectedly, this young man in white, who had been keeping a low profile since the auction started, would actually offer a high price of 1.6 million. And the other party calls himself the prince. Hey, I remembered, he is the 18th prince of the Dakion royal family. I didn't expect that he would also come to participate in this auction. As expected of a member of the royal family, he acted so boldly. 1,600,000 spirit crystals to buy a low-grade rank 7 soul-restoring purple pill is already a bit of a loss. Quote. After recognizing the VIP man number 1, the entire venue was in an uproar, and no one continued to bid. After all, 1.6 million spiritual crystals is a huge amount of wealth. A low-grade rank 7 spirit-restoring purple pill is worth about 1 million spirit crystals if it lasts until it dies. The prince of the Dakion royal family. Xiao Chen glanced at the man in white in surprise, but in the end he did not open his mouth and follow the bidding. The price has exceeded his psychological expectations. There is no need to deliberately attract hatred from this prince just to earn tens of thousands more spiritual crystals. Then, after Zi Luo made the final decision, this low-grade rank 7 resurrection purple pill also fell into the hands of the 18th prince. Next, is the second finale, which is also a heavenly rank elixir. Let Cloud Mountain take the soul resurrection purple pill and go trade with the 18th prince. Zi Luo clapped her hands and asked for something again. The array defense light curtain lit up again, and a pill box was opened. A hazy ice blue light suddenly illuminated the entire auction room. Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill. A pill that can restore the injuries of high-priced experts and purify various toxins. The quality of this Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill reaches rank 8 middle grade. Even some celestial human realm experts can use this pill to save their lives. The auction base price for this item is 3 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 100,000. If you are interested, please bid now. After a brief introduction, Zi Luo immediately hit the auction hammer, and the entire venue was in an uproar. Hiss, the grade of this Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill has actually reached rank 8 middle grade. This is a heavenly rank elixir that only heavenly rank alchemy masters who have reached the pinnacle of alchemy skills can hope to refine. I didn't expect that the Zion Chamber of Commerce can even get this thing. The auction base price is 3 million. Except for some first-class forces and top forces, no one else here is qualified to participate in the auction. This Tianducheng auction is truly unprecedented, and it's not in vain for me to squeeze in and participate in the bidding. Such a valuable elixir is actually the finale. I wonder what kind of divine object this bottom-breaking thing could be. Quote. There was a lot of chatter in the auction venue, but no one was bidding at this time. On the one hand, this thing is not something that ordinary people can buy, and on the other hand, this thing is really a hot potato. Once it is auctioned, it is likely to be targeted by others. If there is no very strong backstage, I am afraid that even Tiandu City will not be able to get out. Brother, this Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill may be able to purify the demon poison in our bodies. On platform 6, the old man in white among the black and white ghosts stared greedily at the high platform. I almost couldn't control myself and rushed in to grab it. Control your aura. Do you think Zion Chamber of Commerce just sent this little girl here this time? The old man in black on the side looked serious after glancing at the high platform. In a shadow somewhere on the auction platform, he felt a very terrifying energy. That Isa, celestial human realm, the dormant chi of the strong. Once someone wants to snatch this Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill, they will be attacked by this strong man madly. Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill. If I can get it, my sister's injury may be improved. Looking at the ice blue elixir on the auction table, Bai Suxin's eyes showed a trace of longing. Everyone, you don't have to worry. You will encounter a crisis after auctioning the elixir. No matter who ends up auctioning off this elixir, the Zion Chamber of Commerce will keep him safe within 7 days. Seeing that the entire auction venue fell into a strange dead silence, Zi Luo suddenly spoke at this moment. As she finished speaking, an old man in purple walked out from behind, and the terrifying pressure swept away immediately. Hiss, is this a celestial human realm strongman? As expected, Every large-scale auction hosted by Miss Zaluo must have a celestial human realm powerhouse hidden behind it. This should be the fifth elder of the Zion Chamber of Commerce, Zi Wuming. It is said that he has the fifth level of heaven and human cultivation. Quote. After seeing old man Zion appear, the auction venue was in an uproar again. If there is a strong celestial human realm guarding you for 7 days, during this period, let the elders come to help you, or find a way to escape. The risk will indeed be much less. As expected of Zion Chamber of Commerce, it attaches great importance to after-sales service. 3 million and 1 million. When everyone was horrified, Bai Suxin couldn't help but speak. And as the other party spoke, others couldn't sit still and started bidding at this moment. This Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill was released almost in just a moment. The price was raised to a high price of 4.5 million. 4.9 million. Just when the price was suffocating, Nangong Jing suddenly stood up and shouted. Wanwaman gave her more than 5 million spiritual crystals, and this price was very close to her limit. If this price still does not deter others, Wanwaman will have to think of another way. 17%. Chapter 80. From now on, if you can get whoring for free, then do it for free, and if you can't get it for free, then trade. After Nangong Jing shouted out the price, the auction venue fell into dead silence. But the next moment, Duan Haoming stood up. My young master comes out. Young master, we don't have enough spiritual crystals. Just when Duan Haoming was about to shout out 5 million, the old man in red suddenly spoke. This made Duan Haoming freeze. What did you say? He remembered that he had brought more than 6 million spiritual crystals, but now at the critical moment, there were not enough spiritual crystals. Young master was angry with others and consumed too many spiritual crystals. As a result, we now only have more than 4.8 million spiritual crystals. After hearing the words of the old man in red, Duan Haoming's expression turned gloomy. At this time, either mortgage the other things on him, or give up the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. Brother Duan, this prince wants to cooperate with you. I wonder if Brother Duan is willing to take risks. Just when Duan Haoming's eyes flickered and he was about to mortgage other items, Yang Xiao's words suddenly reached his ears. It made his pupils shrink slightly. Immediately afterwards, after his expression changed, a cold light flashed in Duan Haoming's eyes, and he glanced at Nangong Jing with a serious look. Then he sat back in his seat. No one continues to bid. Seeing Duan Haoming halfway through shouting the price, he suddenly sat back in his seat. Zi Luo frowned on the stage, and then asked everyone. Saint, don't we bid? Seeing that the auction venue was suddenly a little cold, the white-haired old woman from the Fox clan asked in a low voice. No. Bai Suxin shook her head when she heard this, and replied in a very solemn voice. The price is close to what we can afford, and other forces are determined to get it. Even if we pay the price to capture it, we will definitely become the target of public criticism after leaving the Chamber of Commerce. She has the bloodline of the eight-tailed celestial fox and is naturally sensitive to soul fluctuations. Just when Duan Haoming gave up the bidding, she was keenly aware that there were several Qi forces present, all falling on Nangong Jing. And every Qi movement contains hidden murderous intent. No one continues to bid. That's 4 million and 9 million once, 4 million and 9 million twice, 4 million and 9 million 3 times. Congratulations to VIP number 4 for receiving this Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. In this cold situation, Zi Luo made the final decision. Then he waved his hand to take back the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. This particularly valuable final item could only wait until the end of the auction. She will deal with the auctioneer herself. Senior sister, we actually got the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. VIP number 4 on the high platform. Li Wanqing looked in disbelief, obviously not expecting this result. Even Nangong Jing and Han Xinyue looked confused at this time. Unexpectedly, this Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill would fall into their hands so easily. They thought they would need more than 5 million spiritual crystals to successfully capture the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, but they didn't expect that they only needed 4.9 million. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster, and we're afraid we're being targeted. Feeling several eyes scanning them, Nangong Jing said with a very solemn expression. I have already informed the elders inside the door, they will come to pick us up in a few days. For the sake of safety these days, be sure to stay inside the Zion Chamber of Commerce. After Nangong Jing finished speaking, after Han Xinyue used the jade pendant to send the text message, she warned the two of them with the same solemn expression. Guys, I have a small request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Just when Nangong Jing and others were nervous, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly came from next door, making Nangong Jing and others' eyes narrow. What? Master Xiao wants to use Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill to analyze the ingredients of the pill. After hearing Xiao Chen's request, Nangong Jing and others were shocked. This is a heavenly rank elixir worth millions of spiritual crystals. How can it be lent to others for analysis? Don't worry, I will not covet your elixirs, and I will ensure that the elixirs are intact. If you can, afterwards, I can go back to Wanwaman with you and help you treat your old illnesses and improve your skills. Seeing that Nangong Jing and the others were frightened by these words, Xiao Chen could only seduce them like a scumbag. If you can get the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill from Nangong Jing and others, he can split it into 100 parts and repair one fragment to restore the elixir. This way, as long as the points are enough, Zhan Qingshe can make as many pills as needed. Careless. Why are you just thinking of this now? As the thoughts in his mind turned, Xiao Chen slapped his head fiercely. He is now the honorary elder of Xian Chamber of Commerce. If you can apply for the identification of spiritual objects with Ziluo and others in the name of analyzing the ingredients of the elixir or testing the quality of the things, can't we secretly change the sky and create a lot of treasures? He even thought about doing serious business before, but it seems that he is still a little too honest. From now on, if you can get whoring for free, then do it for free, and if you can't get it for free, then trade. You must make good use of this status. After thinking about this, Xiao Chen's face was full of excitement. Since the young master has needs, we should be able to satisfy them. After a moment of silence, Han Xinyue agreed. They all have a good impression of Xiao Chen, and as long as the other party doesn't cause any trouble, they will be willing to accommodate him. Next, it is the highlight of this auction and the last auction item in this auction. When Xiao Chen and Han Xinyue reached an agreement, Ziluo's words echoed in the venue again. As the voice fell, a dark iron box was moved onto the high platform, and the formation light curtain also lit up at this time. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, the black iron box was slowly opened. One section was stained with rust and looked a little dark. It looks like a large piece of fire stick that has been broken off, and it is also displayed in front of everyone through the mapping of the formation. What is this? It looks like a broken gun barrel. It can be regarded as the bottom of the auction. Could this be the fragment of a certain holy weapon? After seeing this rusty black stick, many powerful people in the auction venue began to speculate at this time. This object was discovered in the ruins by an elder of the Xian Chamber of Commerce. According to the identification of many elders of our Chamber of Commerce, it should be a fragment of a certain gun-type holy weapon. It's just that this fragment of the holy weapon has been severely corroded by some kind of blood and has lost its original spirituality. It's hard to feel the aura of the holy weapon, but its material is indestructible. The auction base price for this item is 4 million spiritual crystals, and the bid increase for each bid must not be less than 100,000. While everyone was guessing, Ziluo explained and then sounded the auction hammer. The whole venue was in an uproar instantly. Damn it, it's really a fragment of a certain holy weapon. I didn't expect it to be such a rare thing again. But isn't the auction reserve price too low? In the past, for any fragments of holy weapons that appeared, the auction base price would start at tens of millions, and the final transaction price would even reach hundreds of millions. Are you stupid? Saint weapons auctioned in the past can contain a very strong aura of holy weapons, and the degree of damage will not exceed half, allowing celestial human realm experts to understand the secrets of Saint realm. The high price of hundreds of millions of spiritual crystals will only be reached due to the competition between several top forces. And the fragment of the holy soldier in front of me, not to mention it is just a small fragment, even the original breath of the holy soldier has been completely eroded. This thing is at best an indestructible fire stick. Are you willing to spend tens of millions of spiritual crystals to buy it and use it to light a fire? Quote. In this shock, although everyone was discussing intensely, no one made a bid at this time. After all, many people present are strong men from various places, and they have more or less seen the world. Rumors of holy soldiers. He possesses extremely terrifying holy power and even has a mysterious aura. A wisp of breath can cause a low-level martial artist to collapse, and even give some high-level experts a martial arts epiphany. But after the gun barrel appeared, they couldn't sense the breath at all. This is completely different from the description of the fragments of the holy weapon. If Zion Chamber of Commerce had not always attached great importance to integrity, everyone present might have felt that they had been deceived. 17%. Chapter 81. My young master was impulsive, please be patient. Saint, are these really the fragments of a holy weapon? On the high platform number 8, the white-haired old woman glanced at the high platform and asked Bai Suxin curiously. Even though she is a strong person in the celestial human realm, she can't tell whether this thing is real or fake. It is said to be a fragment of a holy weapon, but I can't detect any saint realm aura. Instead, it has an evil and forbidding feeling. This thing is indeed a fragment of a holy weapon. But it has been seriously eroded by filth, and it has indeed lost its original atmosphere of saint realm. Except for the special materials, other aspects are far inferior to heavenly rank treasures. This thing is not worth 4 million spiritual crystals. Bai Suxin stared at the small black stick, with many runes flowing in her eyes. After observing it, she said with regret. It has lost its original spirituality and unique saint realm atmosphere. This thing is not as good as some heavenly rank treasures, and spending 4 million to buy it is a waste of money. And when Bai Suxin came to a conclusion. On VIP stage number 3. Xiao Chen stared at the black stick and used the identification function without any hesitation. A fragment from the supreme grade Saint King soldier. After breaking, it was corroded by the blood of the Saint King monster and has lost its original spirituality and aura. As the basic information of this fragment emerged before his eyes, Xiao Chen's face showed a touch of ecstasy and disbelief. This is actually the fragment of Saint King's soldier. It was beyond his expectation. Saint King. This is the second great realm in Saint Realm, and the holy soldiers it contains far exceed ordinary holy soldiers. If he can remove this fragment and use the system to repair it, he can get a Saint King soldier. You must know that Dongwang does not even have a few Saint Realm old monsters, and even ordinary Saint soldiers are pitifully few. Not to mention the existence of the Saint King soldier, which is simply a legendary god. This fragment must be obtained. Although he felt a little excited in his heart, Xiao Chen did not show it at this time and did not even intend to bid. There are several people staring at him now. If he rushes to bid, it will arouse other people's suspicion. No one wants to bid. Zi Luo stood on the high auction platform and looked down. Although there was a lot of noise, no strong person opened a bid. Her brows couldn't help but frown. This was the first time in the auction she had hosted that the bottom-priced item was given the cold shoulder. Since no one is willing to bid, then I declare that this auction is unsuccessful and the auction ends here. After a moment of silence, seeing that no one was willing to bid, Zi Luo could only announce the end reluctantly, and then waved to put away the fragments in front of her. The Chamber of Commerce has been studying this thing for more than 10 years, but can't find any useful value. This time I chose to auction it as a bottom-end item, and I also wanted to use the name of the fragment of the holy weapon to see if I could get a good price. Did not expect. Everyone who participated in the auction was a human spirit. They felt that this fragment was of no use at all, and they were unwilling to pay for it even if it was a fragment of a holy weapon. And just when Zi Luo announced that the auction was over and everyone was about to leave, Duan Haoming suddenly burst into laughter. Nangong Jing, you little bitch, you tricked me just now. Almost at the same time the words came out. Duan Haoming's figure had turned into an afterimage, and he rushed in front of Nangong Jing in the blink of an eye. The next moment, with the roar of the wind in his palm, Duan Haoming grabbed Nangong Jing. Stop! No violence is allowed at the auction venue. When Zi Luo saw this scene, she immediately shouted. The expressions of Nangong Jing, Li Wanqing and others changed, and they obviously did not expect that Duan Haoming would suddenly take action. However, fortunately, Nangong Jing reacted quickly and quickly turned sideways to avoid the catch. Only a few of his flowing white hair were cut off. Immediately afterwards, as Han Xinyue's eyes flashed coldly, the universal truth realm cultivation exploded at this moment, and Duan Haoming was thrown away on the spot. Do you, Fenyan Valley, want to start a war? After blasting Duan Haoming away, Han Xinyue shouted with a serious look. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. My young master was impulsive, so please be patient. Seeing that Han Xinyue and others seemed to want to take action, everyone around them focused their eyes. The old man in red quickly stood up to smooth things over. But just after saying this, the messenger jade pendant on his body suddenly lit up, and then he picked it up in front of everyone. The next moment, the expression of the old man in red suddenly changed, and he shouted to Duan Haoming in a hurried voice. Young master, the sect leader had an accident in the endless desert. The elders ordered us to return to the sect quickly. What? After hearing the words of the old man in red, Duan Haoming's expression suddenly changed. Then what are you waiting for? Come back to Burning Flame Valley as soon as possible. After this sentence fell, Duan Haoming ignored Nangong Jing and others, turned around and shot towards the exit. The old man in red did not hesitate and used his body skills to catch up with Duan Haoming. This sudden change, Nangong Jing and others were left confused, and they hadn't even recovered yet. Others around were watching this scene blankly, thinking that the two groups were about to fight, but unexpectedly it ended inexplicably. What a joke. Sudden attack, temporary change, timely retreat. After Xiao Chen witnessed the entire incident, he couldn't help but frown. Do not know why. He actually felt that Duan Haoming's behavior just now did not look like he acted impulsively, but instead seemed like a planned action. This made him very confused. Burning Flame Valley. Kaiyan felt Duan Haoming's breath, and seemed to have thought of something at this moment. The aura on his body suddenly became extremely cold, and a terrifying murderous intent even flashed in his eyes. What's wrong? Noticing the change in Kaiyan's aura, Xiao Chen immediately looked over with a frown. No, I suddenly thought of the enemy who attacked me that day. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kaiyan immediately shook her head. She briefly stated the speculation in her mind. Do you suspect that the black-robed strongmen who attacked that day were celestial human realm strongmen from the Burning Flame Valley? After hearing Kaiyan's explanation, Xiao Chen felt a little surprised. Well, they have disguised their identities and cannot be directly identified from their appearance, but the aura of their skills is really similar to the person just now. Kaiyan nodded when she heard this. She had never fought against anyone from Fenyan Valley before, and since they all wore black robes and masks, she had never been able to determine their identity. But Duan Haoming's action just now made her find the clue. Don't worry, as long as it is completely determined in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for revenge. Seeing the evil spirit on Kaiyan's face, Xiao Chen smiled and comforted her. Next, as the auction ended, Xiao Chen, Nangong Jing and others walked straight towards the backstage of the Chamber of Commerce without stopping. In addition to settling the proceeds from the auction, he also had to get the fragment of the holy weapon. Saint, what should we do next? Watching Nangong Jing and others leave, the white-haired old woman asked. If they don't get the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, their trip will be in vain. Keep an eye on them first, something will happen next. But remember, you can't act without my permission, and you can't reveal your identity. After Bai Suxan's eyes flickered, she spoke in a low voice. Duan Haoming's actions just now, and the eyes of the black and white ghosts. They all made her feel keenly that it was not an easy task for Nangong Jing and others to return to the sect. 17%. Chapter 82. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Did you get it? Outside the Xian Chamber of Commerce, Yang Xiao walked into a secret alley and saw Duan Haoming lazily leaning against the wall, so he asked in a low voice. If you want that little bitch's hair down there, I might not be able to get it right now. But if you want a few hairs from this woman, it's not something you can easily get. After hearing Yang Xiao's question, Duan Haoming raised his right hand. A few white hairs were fluttering in the wind. But are you sure? With these few hairs, you can track the other party even though they are thousands of miles away. Seeing Yang Xiao's eyes light up, Duan Haoming still said uneasily. Brother Duan, don't worry. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao took the strands of hair from Duan Haoming and assured Duan Haoming with confidence. The person dispatched this time is a heavenly being from Arzenan Palace. Although his cultivation level is only at the 4th level of heaven and human realm, he is very good at forming formations and tracking. As long as he takes action, this matter will be foolproof. While speaking, Yang Xiao had already put away those strands of hair and looked at Xian Chamber of Commerce with a serious look. However, I hope, Brother Duan, don't forget what you promised me. Ha ha ha, as long as you can help us intercept those girls from Wanwaman and successfully seize the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, we in Fenyan Valley will naturally help you get rid of that boy named Xiao. Duan Haoming laughed wildly and said, originally, Fenyan Valley only dispatched the 5th elder, He Yan, but they just learned that Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill fell into the hands of Wanwaman. To be on the safe side, the 3rd elder was dispatched. A strong person at the 5th level of heaven and human realm, plus a strong person at the 7th level of heaven and human realm, plus a celestial human realm strong person sent by Zhenin Palace. Unless Wanwaman dispatches a few heavenly elders, there will be no way to stop their group. In that case, let's leave the capital of opening heaven first and head to the only way to Wanhwa Gate, and wait for them to come to our door obediently. Yang Xiao nodded when he heard this and explained to Duan Haoming. Several people disappeared into the alley. Brother, these people are really plotting against those girls. What should we do next? At another street corner, an old man in white with black and white ghosts watched Yang Xiao and Duan Haoming from a distance as they walked into the depths of the alley. Then he asked the old man in black. That young man is actually the crown prince of Zhenin Palace. After hearing the words of the old man in white, the old man in black did not reply immediately, but his eyes kept flickering. Then after thinking about it for a while, he made a big decision. Let's go to him. What? Hearing the crazy decision of the old man in black, the old man in white was almost frightened on the spot. They are now wanted criminals by the royal family, and they actually choose to seek refuge in the Zhenin Palace. Isn't this a self-inflicted trap? Don't forget, King Zhenin is very ambitious. He has been far away from the imperial city in recent years, and there is a faint tendency to rebel. Although we are wanted criminals by the royal family, we have no grudge against Zhenin Palace. And as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we brothers go to seek refuge, Zhenin Palace will probably accept us. The old man in black's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he analyzed the words in a low voice, which made the old man in white's eyes light up. This does make sense. Although the two of them practice magic, they are still strong in the celestial human realm. Faced with the offer of help from two celestial human realm experts, Zhenin Palace had no reason to refuse. And with the protection of Zhenin Palace, it will undoubtedly become easier to avoid being wanted by the royal family. Even if the Prince of Zhenin refuses, with the abilities of the two brothers, they are sure to escape smoothly. It's better to take this opportunity to give it a try, maybe you can get a big leg in return. When the thought falls, after the black and white ghosts looked at each other, they walked straight into the alley. Holy girl, things are indeed not simple. In the tea house on the side of the street, the white-haired old woman glanced at the alley and said to Bai Suxin in a solemn voice. Unexpectedly, a small Xuanqing snow lotus pill would be targeted by so many forces at the same time. Next, just keep an eye on this group of people. Maybe you can gain something. After her eyes flickered, Bai Suxin spoke in a low voice. Her sister's injury was serious, and Xuanqing snow lotus pill was the last hope. If she can't bring back the elixir that can cure her from this trip, I'm afraid her sister will sleep in the Shiwen Mountain forever. The other side, Xiao Chen and others, as well as Nangong Jing and his party, had arrived at the VIP room. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Not long after Xiao Chen and others waited, Ziluo walked into the room with a faint smile. Miss Nangong, this is Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill. After saying hello to Xiao Chen and others, Ziluo opened a pill box and waved it to Nangong Jing and others. Nangong Jing nodded when he heard this, and without any unnecessary nonsense, she waved and gave away a ring. There are 4.9 million spiritual crystals inside. Miss Ziluo can count them. Ziluo nodded when she heard the words, and checked with her soul to confirm that there was no problem. Then he warned Nangong Jing and others. You guys should stay at the Xian Chamber of Commerce for the next few days. It will be safer to wait for the elders of your sect to come over to assist you before leaving the capital of opening heaven. Thank you, Miss Ziluo, for reminding us. We are planning on this. Hearing Ziluo's words, Nangong Jing nodded. Given their current situation, staying in the Xian Chamber of Commerce to avoid danger is indeed the best choice. Well, I still have something to discuss with young Master Xiao. Ziluo nodded when she heard this, and then said apologetically, as if she wanted Nangong Jing and others to avoid it. But before she finished speaking, Xiao Chen on the side waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I can trust them. Xiao Chen heard this. She generally knew that Ziluo wanted to settle the transaction payment with him, but there was no need to avoid Nangong Jing and others for this kind of thing. After all, Nangong Jing and others have been repaired by him, and they all have a favorability contract in their bodies. He will not have any negative thoughts towards him, and he is considered a trustworthy person for now. Since Mr. Xiao doesn't mind, Ziluo will speak frankly. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ziluo suddenly smiled lightly. This time, the supreme grade elixir that Mr. Xiao gave us was auctioned for a total of 6,813,000 spiritual crystals. Excluding the 2 levels of profits that Zion Chamber of Commerce will charge, Mr. Xiao can obtain 5,450,400 spiritual crystals. If you round up the whole number, it will be 5.5 million spiritual crystals. Saying that, Ziluo paused for a moment, seemed to think of something, and then spoke again. Mr. Xiao previously owed 7 million spiritual crystals to the Chamber of Commerce. After all of this is offset, there will be 1.5 million spiritual crystals left. The Chamber of Commerce is not in a hurry with this payment. Mr. Xiao can make up for it whenever he can. Nangong Jing and others on the side looked confused after hearing this. Isn't Xiao Chen an honorary elder of Zion Chamber of Commerce? How come you owe Zion Chamber of Commerce so much money? Could it be that Mr. Xiao became the honorary elder of the Zion Chamber of Commerce because he owed too much debt? But this does not make sense. No need for future. Although I don't have enough spiritual crystals on my body, these things are enough to offset this debt. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this, waved his hand and took out some pill bottles. 17%. Chapter 83. You, senior sister. Why do you feel a bit similar? As this. Seeing these pill bottles in front of her, Ziluo seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils shrank slightly at this moment. That's right, it's the purple pill of restoration that I promised you before. Xiao Chen smiled faintly when he saw this, and his voice sounded like thunder. 8 of them are rank 7 supreme grade, and 2 are rank 8 supreme grade. Boom. When Xiao Chen finished speaking, whether it was Ziluo, Cloud Mountain and others, or Nangong Jing and his group, there was a roar in his mind, and his pupils shrank violently at this moment. Today, a low-grade rank 7 soul-restoring purple pill was auctioned for a high price of 1.6 million yuan. Now Xiao Chen took out 10 of them with his backhand, and the quality was higher than the ones at the auction. Unimaginable. What a huge resource. Master Xiao, this. Looking at the pill bottles in front of her, Ziluo couldn't even speak. Although Xiao Chen had promised a few days ago that he would bring a batch of elixirs to the Zion Chamber of Commerce. But she never expected that it would be so fast. In just 2 days, she would be able to produce so many soul-reviving purple pills. How did Mr. Xiao do it? After I analyzed the ingredients of the elixir and sent it back, my master deduced the elixir recipe and refined 2 batches of the elixir. Fortunately, the elixir is of good quality, so I asked my senior sister to send it over. Seeing Ziluo's disbelief, Xiao Chen smiled and explained, and introduced Kai Yan to Ziluo. Master Xiao actually has a senior sister. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ziluo was slightly stunned and looked at Kai Yan. Looking at the woman in red with a red gauze covering her face and exuding a cold temperament. Ziluo's expression condensed slightly, and she suddenly stared blankly at Kai Yan. What a perfect woman. Although there is no way to see the other person's appearance clearly, with his skin color, figure, and temperament. It's enough to see a. This must be a woman of unparalleled elegance, and she even has the faint aura of a superior person. There are many chapters where there are no pictures of the queen, so I have to show them off. Mr. Xiao, your senior sister. Why do you feel so familiar? After looking at Kaiyan blankly for a while, Ziluo asked suspiciously. Such a sexy outfit, and such a figure. Where has she seen it? There is an indescribable feeling of familiarity. Ahem, my senior sister is aloof and doesn't go down the mountain very often. How could you have seen her? After hearing Ziluo's words, Xiao Chen immediately coughed twice and changed the topic. By the way, there's one more thing. I want the fragment of the holy weapon that was not sold in today's auction, and then add the 1.5 million spiritual crystals I owe. Can I use 2 rank 7 supreme grade soul reviving purple pills to offset it? Xiao Chen didn't dare to let Ziluo focus on Kai Yan again. As the eldest lady of Zion Chamber of Commerce. Even if you haven't seen Queen Medusa in person, you have at least seen information about her image. Although Kaiyan has now transformed into a human form, even her clothes have changed a lot. He was no longer wearing the gilded crown of the snake tribe, and his snake scale inner armor had also changed its shape. Unless someone is particularly familiar with it, no one would be able to recognize it. But just to be cautious, don't draw attention to yourself. What? After hearing what Xiao Chen said, Ziluo was immediately shocked, and immediately turned to look at Xiao Chen, almost suspecting that she heard wrongly. Master Xiao, do you really plan to use 2 rank 7 supreme grade soul resurrection purple pills to offset the fragment of the holy weapon and the 1.5 million payment? It seemed too unbelievable. Ziluo confirmed it again. A rank 7 low-grade restoring purple pill. If you are lucky, you can directly auction it for a high price of more than 1 million like today. A rank 7 supreme grade resurrection purple pill can fetch around 3 million at auction at a guaranteed price, and the 2 pills in total are worth 6 million. And this is just a guarantee. If you are lucky, it will be more than this. As for the fragments of the holy weapon in her hand, although this thing has a guaranteed minimum price of 4 million, no one is willing to pay this price. It proves that this thing is not worth 4 million spiritual crystals. If 1.5 million spiritual crystals are added to it, the payment will only be 5.5 million. Using 2 rank 7 supreme grade resurrection purple pills to offset it was obviously a loss. Miss Ziluo took great care of Xiao before. It's nothing to use 2 soul resurrection purple pills to make up for it. Seeing Ziluo's fuss, Xiao Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand. As long as he can collect enough resources, a mere rank 7 supreme grade elixir is nothing. Since young Master Xiao is so thoughtful, Ziluo won't be pretentious anymore. After hearing what Xiao Chen said, Ziluo waved her hand and put away the elixir. Take out the fragment of the holy weapon and send it to Xiao Chen. These restoration purple pills will be placed with me for the time being. After Zion Merchant auctions them off, Ziluo will transfer the payment to young Master Xiao. With this batch of resurrection purple pills, there will be more work to do next. I'm not very interested in spiritual crystals. If possible, I'd like to ask Ms. Ziluo to help me collect items and resources. The cost can be covered with this payment. Xiao Chen replied with a slight smile upon hearing this, then as if he remembered something, he paused and continued. By the way, I am particularly interested in some high-level elixirs, or rare materials and treasures. If Miss Ziluo has collected some rare resource items, can you let me appraise them before auctioning or selling them? Xiao Chen still plans to buy some more common things first and then use the system to upgrade them. Only some relatively rare treasures of heaven and earth need to be procured for free through the Zion Chamber of Commerce. If not, if this kind of thing happens too frequently, Zion Chamber of Commerce will inevitably become suspicious. Master Xiao is now the honorary elder of the Chamber of Commerce. No matter which branch of the Zion Chamber of Commerce he is in, he has the authority to identify all items. Ziluo heard this and replied with a slight smile. Although she doesn't understand Xiao Chen's hobby, she still has to give him enough face. After all, there is a mysterious Saint Realm Master behind Xiao Chen. As long as the other party doesn't want to ruin the Zion Chamber of Commerce, it doesn't matter what he does. By the way, during the few days that Mr. Xiao is at Zion Chamber of Commerce, I will order the branches around Tiandu City to collect some waste resources and items. But how much can be collected depends on the inventory of surrounding branches. When she was about to leave, Ziluo seemed to have thought of something, turned around and said to Xiao Chen. Thank you, Miss Ziluo. Xiao Chen's face lit up when he heard this, and he immediately cupped his hands towards Ziluo. He only has more than 510,000 points now, and he still needs to repair and upgrade various treasures. After a lot of effort, the distance to upgrade Kaien's bloodline will definitely be a lot different. If there are some additional resources, he can make bold moves next. After a brief conversation, Ziluo left the VIP room, while Xiao Chen et al. Then returned to the VIP accommodation area. Miss Nangong, I need a quiet place when I analyze the elixir. Can you let me bring the Xuanqing Snow Lotus elixir in? When the group of people walked to the corridor of the VIP room, Xiao Chen coughed and said seriously. Next, he wants to cut the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill into 100 pieces. Nangong Jing and others cannot see such a terrifying thing. Even if the other party has a good impression of him, it is still quite troublesome to explain. 17%. Chapter 84 Young Master, do I need to go back to my own room? Need some time alone. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Nangong Jing, Han Xinyue and others looked at each other with a look of hesitation on their faces. The elixir was not analyzed under their noses, if Xiao Chen wanted to do anything. It's just too easy. Don't worry, it won't take long, maybe a dozen breaths will be enough. Seeing that several people seemed hesitant, Xiao Chen comforted them with a smile. Since Mr. Xiao's secret method is special, let's wait outside. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Han Xinyue said with a faint smile, and then handed the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill into Xiao Chen's hand. A young man who could easily take out 10 soul-reviving purple pills would not covet this small Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. In addition, they have a great impression of Xiao Chen. So even though the risk of doing so was very high, they still chose to believe Xiao Chen in the end. Thank you guys. Xiao Chen casually took the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, then turned around and walked into the side room, leaving a group of beauties standing outside. Elixir worth 4.9 million. Opening the pill box and waving his hand to take out the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, Xiao Chen's mouth curved slightly. The next moment, as the soul power covered the elixir, Xiao Chen also burst into cultivation at this time. The strands of true energy are like hair. In an instant, the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill was divided into 100 even parts. System: repair this fragment of elixir. After picking up the knife, Xiao Chen put away the remaining 99 pill fragments, leaving only one to give instructions to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 36,000 points and is repairing the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill for the host. As the system prompt tone fell, a dazzling white light shone. In almost the blink of an eye, the incomplete elixir fragment turned into a complete heavenly rank elixir. Ice blue light illuminated the entire room, and the rich fragrance of elixir filled the air. Under system repair. Although the grade of this Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill has not changed, its internal medicinal power is 3 times stronger than before. More than 30,000 points can be exchanged for a Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. This is simply a huge profit. Looking at the pill in front of him, which was worth millions, and the points he had lost, Xiao Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. It is indeed a waste to treasure system. This function is really a bit abnormal. After sighing for a moment, he looked at the properties page. With less than 480,000 points left, Xiao Chen closed the pill box and walked out. That's it. The elixir is intact. You can check it out. After opening the door, Xiao Chen returned the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill and spoke to several people with a faint smile. We can trust Mr. Xiao, so there is no need to bother you anymore. Nangong Jing smiled lightly when she heard this and put away the pill box without opening it to check. This actually made Xiao Chen feel good about it. I saw that you seemed to be very eager for supreme grade Pei Yuan Dan at the auction earlier. I happen to have a few here, so I'll give them to you too. Taking advantage of Wanwaman, Xiao Chen was embarrassed not to express it. He immediately took out the remaining supreme grade Peiyuan pills and sent them to Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing with a wave of his hand. This was something he had left behind for his own cultivation. However, with the rapid improvement of his cultivation, these pills were no longer needed. It is a very good choice to continue to win over people's hearts. What? After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing looked in disbelief, staring blankly at the pill bottles in front of them. Supreme grade Pei Yuan Dan. Although it is not a particularly high-end elixir, one pill can be worth tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Xiao Chen gave it to them without blinking. Isn't it a little too arrogant? Sir, this is too valuable, we can't accept it. After being shocked by Xiao Chen, Nangong Jing came to her senses and quickly shook her head. Neither relatives nor friends. They would feel bad about accepting such valuable things from others. It's just a few rank 4 elixirs. There's nothing valuable that I can't accept. Consider this as your reward for lending me the analysis of the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. If you don't accept it, I will be the one who feels sorry for you. Xiao Chen waved his hands when he heard this, looking indifferent. Since the young master has said so, the two of us will stop being pretentious. After hearing this, Nangong Jing and Li Wanqing looked at each other, and then she accepted the elixir sheepishly without further shirk. Sir, we have already informed the 2 heavenly elders in the sect. We will come over to inform you after they arrive at Tiandu City. After a brief explanation, Nangong Jing, Li Wanqing and others did not stay to disturb Xiao Chen. Several people went straight back to their own rooms, leaving only Xiao Chen, Kaiyan and Marong Qingshe. Sir, do I need to go back to my private room? After seeing Nangong Jing and his party leaving, he looked at Kaiyan and Xiao Chen again. Marong Qingshe said hesitantly. Facing Kaiyan at this time, Marong Qingshe still lacked confidence. If Xiao Chen wanted to be alone with Kaiyan, she would have to go back to her private room first. It's okay if you want to follow along. Xiao Chen just smiled lightly when he heard this, then turned around and walked into the side room. He could feel that Marong Qingshe was infatuated with him, and the other party had become his woman, so there was no harm in letting the other party know some things. The master's mystery is far beyond your imagination. Next, no matter what you see or how shocked you are, you cannot disturb the young master. And without young master's permission, you are not allowed to reveal what you hear and see to anyone, including your blood relatives. Seeing Xiao Chen completely accepting Murong Qingshe, Kayan said in a solemn voice at this moment. After saying that, Kayan ignored Murong Qingshe and turned around and walked into Xiao Chen's room. After Murong Qingshe heard the words of Xiao Chen and Kai Yan, her body couldn't help but trembled slightly, with a look of ecstasy on her face. Although Kayan's words sounded like a warning, she was completely accepted anyway. How lucky this is for her. After taking a deep breath to suppress her excitement, Murong Qingshe acted like a good girl. Lao Hengshi followed Kai Yan behind him, looking like I was obedient. Here is another beautiful picture of Murong Qingshe, lest you forget what she looks like. Next, Ida's time to count the harvest. Ignoring Kai Yan and Murong Qingshe who followed, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged at this moment, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. He won a lot of treasures at the auction this time. In addition to the complete spiritual objects such as the stone bell spirit milk and the wind god wings, there are also some incomplete items. For example, picking a damaged special spirit medicine, a fire attribute earth rank broken sword, and a broken dual cultivation technique. These are materials that can turn waste into valuables and turn them into rare treasures. And the colorful smoke on the side. Seeing Xiao Chen like this, I immediately understood. As she formed seals with her hands, her celestial human realm cultivation exploded. A barrier then spread and opened, covering the entire wing. After all, there is a celestial human realm strongman secretly within the Xian Chamber of Commerce. If Xiao Chen makes any moves next and is noticed, there will undoubtedly be a risk of being exposed, so she has to take precautions. 18%. Chapter 85. The foundation has skyrocketed like never before, and this wave has taken off. The stone bell spirit milk cannot be divided, so it seems we can only upgrade it first. After pondering for a while, Xiao Chen took out the bottle containing the stone bell spirit milk, and then took out a drop of the stone bell spirit milk. Then issue upgrade instructions to the system. For things that have no fixed form, such as common gases or liquids. The system cannot be repaired as this is all intact. Just like a drop of water is complete water, if a drop of water is divided into 100 small drops, each small drop is also complete water. Regardless of whether it is integrated union or separated, water is already in a complete form, but there is a significant difference in volume. Therefore, the system can no longer be repaired, which makes Xiao Chen feel a little regretful. Ding! The system has deducted 23,000 points and is upgrading the stone stalactite for the host. When Xiao Chen finished his thoughts, the system prompt sounded. Next moment, a dazzling white light burst out. The drop of stone bell spirit milk suspended in front of Xiao Chen's eyes also burst into milky white light at this moment. An extremely strong spiritual energy wave swept through the room. As this quality transformation, that drop of stone bell spiritual milk transformed into stone bell spiritual marrow. Seeing the changes in that drop of stone bell spiritual milk, and the vast spiritual energy filling the room, one breath could make her cultivation level increase rapidly. Murong Qingshe had a horrified look on her face. Just a flash of white light. The stone bell spiritual milk, which was originally just an earth rank spiritual object, can transform into the stone bell spiritual essence, a heavenly rank spiritual object. This is simply a godlike method. No wonder Kayan had just told her not to disturb the young master no matter how frightened she was inside, let alone tell others about it. Now she finally understood. Even if the young master's secrets are revealed, it will cause a sensation in the mainland. In this kind of horror, Murong Qingshe glanced at Kayan, but found that the other person's expression was calm, as if she was used to this kind of thing. This actually made Murong Qingshe envious. To be the first to know the young master's secret, this sister Kayan must occupy a very important position in the young master's heart. A drop of stone bell spiritual milk transforms into stone bell spiritual essence, and it actually costs 23,000 points. Looking at this mung bean-sized drop of stone bell essence, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smack his lips. If 10 drops were to be fully upgraded, wouldn't it cost 230,000 points? Just upgrade one drop for now and have a spare. The others will be upgraded later if necessary. After knowing the price of upgrading this thing, Xiao Chen waved his hand and put away the drop of stone bell essence, and then took out another treasure. Wind God Wings. Earth rank supreme grade flying treasure. Kayan, help me cut it into 50 parts. Looking at the pair of 2-foot-long cyan wings in front of him, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered and he gave Kayan an order. This thing is an earth rank supreme grade treasure, and the material is also very hard and solid. With his current cultivation level, he can cut it open. but it is a bit difficult to grasp the scale accurately. Cut it open. Murong Qingshe on the side was stunned on the spot after hearing Xiao Chen's words. Such a treasure, why was it cut up? Cutting it into dozens of parts at once wouldn't it directly destroy a treasure? However, even though she had all kinds of doubts in her heart, after remembering Kaiyan's advice to her, she didn't say anything to ask. Just quietly watching Xiao Chen perform. Kaiyan didn't say anything after hearing this. Her cultivation exploded at this moment, and her true energy condensed into red flamed sword light. Next moment, as the light flashed across the room, the colored smoke was like cutting tofu. Directly cut the pair of function wings into 50 parts. This operation made Murong Qingshe suffocate. If she remembered correctly, Xiao Chen spent 490,000 spirit crystals to take this pair of function wings. It is now completely scrapped. Next, it's time to synthesize. Waving his hand to collect the remaining 49 fragments of the function wing, Xiao Chen waved his hand and took out a pile of materials. They are Red Flame Bronze Mother, Shui Wuhan Jade, Jin Chen Stone, Mu Xin Mine, and Zan Red Earth Yellow. The 5 attributes of refining materials were all reserved during this period. However, these materials are not advanced and only reach the profound rank level. Synthesize the several materials in front of you, and use the fragments of the function wing as the direction of evolution. Looking at the 6 materials in front of him, Xiao Chen immediately issued an order. The synthesis function of the system can be random synthesis or designated synthesis. Just specify the synthesis. There must be a material as the main carrier, and its grade must be much higher than other materials, so that it can be synthesized into the original form of the main material. Of course, this kind of designated synthesis requires a little more points than random synthesis. Ding! The system has deducted 12,000 points and is synthesizing all the materials in front of the host. As the system prompt sounded, a dazzling white light also flashed and exploded. Several materials suspended in front of Xiao Chen's eyes also became integrated union. A pair of extremely gorgeous wings, illuminated by the 5 elements of light, immediately appeared in the wing. Hiss! Could this be the void weapon refining? Murong Qingshe on the side was completely confused when she saw what was happening in front of her. Take out a few materials at random and refine them into a device with just a flick of the hand. This is very similar to the void weapon refining recorded in ancient books. But that kind of realm of weapon refining is just the reverie of the weapon refining master. Among the 7 dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland, no one has mastered this technique so far. I didn't expect that the young master could actually refine weapons in the void, which would defeat any weapon refiner master in the Eastern Wasteland. Sure enough, looking at the pair of grades in front of me, they are still Earth rank supreme grade, but they contain wings with 5 elements attributes and wind attributes. Xiao Chen had an excited look on his face. The wind god wing originally only contained wind attributes and could only be used to increase its own speed, but it was difficult to match its own true energy. So Xiao Chen wondered if he could incorporate other attribute materials to synthesize a flying treasure that best suited his true essence attributes. Not only can it improve its own agility and speed, but it can also combine with the true energy to explode with killing power. Even more powerful defense capabilities. Unexpectedly, after all his random manipulations, he actually succeeded in creating it. But Earth rank supreme grade is not enough. As his thoughts fell, Xiao Chen gave the order again. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points and is upgrading the 5 elements wind god wings for the host. Next moment, in the dazzling white light, the 5 elements wind god wings burst out with dazzling light, and the quality was also upgraded to heavenly rank supreme grade at this time. The quality has improved again. Seeing the changes in the wings in front of her, Murong Qingshe began to feel a little numb. All kinds of things turn decay into magic. Now even if someone told her that young Master Xiao could refine Saint Weapon, she would be convinced of it. When Murong Qingshe was sighing, Xiao Chen just moved his mind slightly, and the 5 elements wind god wings turned into a stream of light and appeared directly on his back. An unprecedented power suddenly filled his heart. At this time, Xiao Chen had a strong intuition. Even if his cultivation is only at the first level of Grotto Heaven, if he activates the 5 elements wind god wings with all his strength, his speed will be comparable to that of the Universal Truth Realm experts. Even each feather of this pair of wings can explode with terrifying lethality. After the wings are crossed and closed, unless someone is strong in the Universal Truth Realm or above, even his defense will be difficult to break. This is the terrifying increase brought by the heavenly rank supreme grade treasure. 18%. Chapter 86. Damn it. You don't feel comfortable if you don't harm yourself, right? Continue to refine treasures. After sighing with emotion about his sudden increase in strength, Xiao Chen mentally put away the 5 elements wind god wing, and then took out a fragment of the wind god wing. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Kai Yan and Murong Qingshe, Xiao Chen took out another pile of materials with a wave of his hand. These are all fire attribute materials, and their grades are all profound rank levels. Take a few drops of your blood. After laying out these materials, Xiao Chen's eyes flashed slightly and he immediately said to Kaiyan. What? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, even Kaiyan was stunned. Just refine weapons, why take her blood? Could it be that this time is the young master preparing to refine it for her? After thinking of this, Kaiyan's body trembled violently, and her eyes became unbelievable. What are you doing standing still? Seeing that Kaiyan was stunned on the spot and her body was still trembling slightly, Xiao Chen urged with a dry cough. They are almost an old couple. It's just a little shit, why are you so excited? Yes. Kaiyan came back to her senses after hearing the words, and immediately drew her fingers together across her wrist, and a blood arrow shot out immediately. This scene shocked both Xiao Chen and Murong Qingshe. FK, enough is enough. Are you committing suicide by bleeding like this? Seeing Kaiyan acting like crazy, Xiao Chen hurriedly spoke to dissuade her. When Xiao Chen finished speaking, Kaiyan stopped moving. But the blood floating in front of Xiao Chen's eyes should be enough to fill a teacup. This made Xiao Chen's mouth twitch a few times. The stronger the cultivation level, the more precious the blood is. The blood in the teacup full of Kaiyan in front of her contains the power of blood and aura, which is comparable to some earth-rank treasures. He wants a few drops of the other person's blood. It's just that the refined function wing can not only match the opponent's attributes, but also be easier to refine. I didn't expect that this woman was really crazy and released so much blood all at once. System, synthesize all the materials in front of you. Shaking his head, after seeing that Kai Yan had stopped the wound, Xiao Chen immediately gave instructions to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 12,000 points and is synthesizing all the materials in front of the host. As the system prompt tone fell, a dazzling white light also shone. Then all materials are integrated into each other. A pair of green and red wings immediately floated in the wing. Red Flame Wind God Wings. The grade has still reached Earth rank Supreme Grade. And it is a flying treasure that is extremely suitable for Kaiyan. Succeeded. Seeing Feng Shenyi in front of him who was completely different from him, Xiao Chen's eyes showed a bright look. Immediately issued an upgrade instruction to the system. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points and is upgrading the Red Flame Wind God Wings for the host. After the system beep fell, the white light flashed and exploded again. The quality of the Red Flame Wind God Wings has also been upgraded to Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade. And in the flash of blue-red light, 2 roars suddenly sounded. A pattern of a sky-swallowing python appeared on the left and right wings, giving the pair of Red Flame Wind God Wings a somewhat domineering air. The finished product is pretty good. Looking at the pair of wings in front of him, which were no less inferior to his 5 elements Wind God Wings, Xiao Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. After exclaiming in exclamation, he casually sent the Red Flame Wind God Wing to Kaiyan. Although Kaiyan is a strong person in the 9th level of heaven and human realm, her speed is already very fast. But if there is the blessing of the Red Flame Wind God Wings, the speed that can be exploded will be even more terrifying. Many. Thank you, sir. Looking at the Red Flame Wind God Wing in front of her, she has a close blood connection with her. Kaiyan was so excited that she was trembling a little, and she even wanted to rush up to Xiao Chen and ask Xiao Chen directly, first to say yes to her. A spiritual weapon that is infinitely close to the saint rank level and perfectly suited to her. The blessing of her combat power is simply unimaginable, almost allowing her to achieve dozens of feats at the same level. Murong Qingshe on the side looked envious when she saw the scene in front of her. Of course, she was not envious of getting the heavenly rank treasure, but it was refined by the young master himself. It is enough to show how important this sister Kaiyan is in the young master's heart. Don't be envious, you have it too. Give me a few drops of blood. Seeing the envious look on Murong Qingshui's face, Xiao Chen took out a lot of materials at this time. This time, except for the fragments of the function wing, the rest were all Xuanian materials. I have it too. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Qingshe was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, his expression turned red with excitement, and he cut his wrist with a wave of his hand. Blood spurted out immediately. Damn it, don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't hurt yourself? Seeing Murong Qingshe imitating Kayan and forcing out a teacup of blood, Xiao Chen's forehead immediately became a black line. After calling out Murong Qingshe, Xiao Chen did the same thing again. After spending 44,000 points on 2 operations, a pair of wings filled with a cold aura appeared in front of Xiao Chen and others. Xuanian Wind God Wings. The quality also reaches heavenly rank supreme grade. Perhaps because it was blended into the blood of Murong Qingshui's Taiyan Xuansha body, these pair of Xuanian Wind God Wings were actually filled with black smoke like yin qi. It looks a bit like a monster. Refining it first will save your life at the critical moment. But you usually have nothing to do, so don't show it out casually. Otherwise, with your current cultivation level, you will easily be coveted by others. Seeing Murong Qingshe looking at him infatuatedly, her eyes were full of excitement as if she was in heat. Xiao Chen coughed dryly and said calmly, "These 2 women, if he treats them a little better, they all want to eat him. It's really annoying to think about interfering with him every day." Under the increasingly hot eyes of the 2, Xiao Chen took out an earth-rank mystical weapon. This is a sword with no attributes. Although the grade is only earth-rank middle grade, it is also a good synthetic material. Of course, this time he did not synthesize it for himself, but for Kayan and Murong Qingshe. After all, his favorite weapons are spears and halberds. Although the sword is good, it is not suitable for him. When the thought falls, Xiao Chen started a series of smooth operations again and spent 45,000 points to help Kayan synthesize a heavenly rank supreme grade red flame black sword. He spent another 15,000 points to help Murong Qingshe synthesize an earth rank supreme grade Taiyan mysterious sword. After all, Murong Qingshe only has the 4th level of spiritual aperture cultivation, and the heavenly rank supreme grade Xuanbing cannot be used. When the opponent's strength improves in the future, help the opponent upgrade their weapons. Immediately afterwards, seeing Kayan and Murong Qingshe, they drank 2 large glasses of blood one after another, and their energy and blood seemed a little weak. Xiao Chen seemed to have thought of something at this time, and took out an object from the system space with a wave of his hand. 18%. Chapter 87. This time I have the blessing of skills, how can I be afraid of you too? Tianyang Purple Ginseng. A kind of spirit medicine that can greatly increase qi and blood, and the highest quality can reach the heavenly rank supreme grade level. Taking it regularly can not only strengthen the physical body, but also condense one's own true energy. However, the Tianyang Purple Ginseng in front of me has reached the earth rank supreme grade. However, due to the incorrect digging method, the Tianyang Purple Ginseng broke and most of its medicinal essence was lost. Fortunately, this is not a big problem for Xiao Chen. Looking at this Tianyang Purple Ginseng, Xiao Chen thought slightly and cut it into dozens of pieces. Then only 1 piece was left, and the system was ordered to be repaired. Ding! The system has deducted 8,000 points and is repairing Tianyang Purple Ginseng for the host. After the system's voice fell, the white light shone again. A brand new Tianyang Purple Ginseng, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance, also appeared in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. Not enough. Raise the grade to heavenly rank supreme grade. After this order was issued, the system deducted 32,000 points and upgraded Tianyang Purple Ginseng to heavenly rank supreme grade. Taking it will restore your energy and blood. Looking at the Tianyang Purple Ginseng in front of me, Xiao Chen burst out and cut 2 small pieces from it, waving them to the 2 women who were bleeding profusely. Thank you, sir. Looking at the Tianyang Purple Ginseng slices in front of me, Kayan and Murong Qingshe looked at Xiao Chen with tears in their eyes and ate the piece of Tianyang Purple Ginseng without any hesitation. Next moment, as the Tianyang Purple Ginseng tablets entered the body, a majestic medicinal power suddenly erupted in the bodies of the 2 women. Kayan, the celestial human realm powerhouse, was a little better, and Murong Qingshui's face immediately turned red. Breathing even became a little rapid. Son. I'm so hot. Under the influence of this medicine, Murong Qingshui's whole body was steaming, and he murmured in a charming voice. Kayan on the side saw this scene. A strange color suddenly flashed in his eyes, but he did not suppress the power of the medicine, and his face turned slightly red at this time. Son. I'm hot too. After saying these words in Yujayan's taste, Kayan did not forget to lick her lips at this time. That kind of charming lady's posture is enough to make any man crazy. Quote question mark exclamation mark question mark quote. When Xiao Chen saw this, his scalp almost exploded. Was there any mistake? What he gave these 2 people was a medicine to replenish qi and blood, and it was not an aphrodisiac used by criminals. How could they be so dissolute? Bear the heat, too. Seeing Kayan and Marong Qingshe like this, Xiao Chen immediately distanced himself with a straight face. The business hasn't been finished yet. How can the love between children and children grow long at this time? By the way, Kung Fu. When this thought fell, Xiao Chen felt a sense of shame and immediately took out something from the system space. This is exactly an Earth rank dual cultivation technique that he spent 290,000 spiritual crystals to capture. Emperor's House Control Technique. Of course, this technique is incomplete and of low Earth rank. Otherwise, it would not be worth only 290,000 spiritual crystals. However, this is all a small problem for Xiao Chen. System, repair this skill. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chen immediately ordered. Ding! The system has deducted 6,000 points and is repairing the Emperor's House Control Technique for the host. As the system prompt tone fell, a burst of white light suddenly shone. On the scroll that was engraved with the Emperor's Imperial Household Technique, many runes and patterns immediately flew out, and then changed back and forth in the void. Kayan and Marong Qingshe looked stunned. What kind of technique is the young master performing? It looks very exciting. While feeling surprised in their hearts, Kayan and Marong Qingshui's eyes gradually became a little strange. Which ghost came up with this? It's actually more fun than my childhood. I saw shocking scenes flashing before my eyes, and felt two burning eyes from behind. After Xiao Chen muttered for a while, he gave instructions to the system. Upgrade the Imperial House Control Technique to Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade. Ding! The system has deducted 42,000 points and is in the process of upgrading the host's Royal Room Control Technique. The Emperor's Imperial Household Technique originally only had a low-grade Earth rank. Upgrading it to Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade consumes several thousand more points than upgrading other items. But these are all minor issues. And as the white light shines again, many patterns continue to be deduced. Then the white light disappeared, the runes and patterns disappeared one after another, and there was a roar in Xiao Chen's mind. All the information about the Imperial Householding Technique was imprinted in the depths of Xiao Chen's mind. This is the power of the system. Any divine ability technique that has been repaired by the system can be learned by Xiao Chen at any time with one click if he is willing. And you don't have to waste any points. Huang Ji Yufang. Yin and Yang Dao integration. Endless life. As the contents of Wangji Royal Room came to mind, Xiao Chen also showed a look of excitement on his face. To be able to live forever, isn't that the ancient kidney body? The power of all six wastes is simply off the charts. It is unimaginable that this technique, which is only heavenly rank, can be so powerful. If you upgrade to the saint rank, wouldn't you be able to defeat even the heavenly Tao? Son, I'm still so hot. Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to have taken care of business, Kayan licked her lips and said, her expression and posture were extremely seductive. Marong Qingshe was on the side. Seeing Kayan being so charming, she was so shocked that her face turned red. Unexpectedly, this sister Kayan can be quite aloof when she is aloof. But if you don't act serious, you can be so coquettish. Bold monster, you are so dissolute in broad daylight. If I didn't show you some color, you woman would really rebel. When Xiao Chen heard this, he immediately turned around and scolded him sternly. Then he took out a piece of Tianyang purple ginseng from the system space and drank it, and a domineering aura like a gangster swept across. Monster, if you provoke me like this, don't blame me for not being compassionate. After saying these words, Xiao Chen pounced directly towards Kai Yan like a tiger descending from a mountain. The fight between strong men is long and boring. In addition, Xiao Chen now has the blessing of magical powers, and even Tianyang purple ginseng to replenish qi and blood. This brutal battle actually lasted all day. Even if Kayan and Marong Qingshe teamed up, they couldn't defeat Xiao Chen, a tough gangster, and ended up fainting and kneeling in submission. The next day, as a roar sounded in the wing, the grotto heaven realm behind Xiao Chen also shrank by 1 foot. But the true energy contained in it became even more violent. His cultivation aura has even broken through to the second level of grotto heaven. Less than half a month since Transmigrate came here, my cultivation level has broken through to the second level of grotto heaven. In this life of cheating, it's hard not to be invincible. Feeling another breakthrough in cultivation, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. In less than half a month, breaking through from the third level of Kaiyuan to the second level of grotto heaven, even if the great emperor is reborn, he cannot be so abnormal. I don't know how many points are left. Recalling the series of operations yesterday and the points being consumed like water, Xiao Chen immediately opened the properties panel. 18%. Chapter 88 Young Master, look at my legs. Do they look good? Host. Xiao Chen. Physique. Innate Tao body. Cultivation. Grotto Heaven 2nd level. Kung Fu. The technique of creating the universe. Divine ability. Heavenly Demon Shadowless Step. Great Wild True Dragon Fist. 5 Elements Heaven Shaking Seal. 9 Turn Golden Body Cover. 5 Elements Killing Technique. Emperor's Royal Household Technique. Points. 130,364. There are only 130,000 points left. Seeing the remaining points balance, Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I had a hunch that not much was left, but I didn't expect that this was all that was left. Sir, why are you looking so sad so early in the morning? Seeing Xiao Chen break through to the 2nd level of Grotto Heaven, there was no look of joy on his face. Kyan stretched and asked with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. We consumed a lot of resources yesterday, and we have to replenish them in time. Hearing Kyan's words, Xiao Chen said a little embarrassed. Young master, are you troubled by my marrow cleansing and vein cutting? Seeing that Xiao Chen was a little embarrassed, Kyan was also smart and immediately thought of this. Then he continued with a faint smile. Young master is good enough to Kyan, there is no need to worry about such a trivial matter. Now that my cultivation has been restored, no matter what the young master wants from now on, Kyan can find it for him. Since the young master likes all kinds of resources and items, wait until she returns to the snake people. Not only must all the information about the snake tribe be brought out, but the entire clan must also be ordered to collect resources and items. Only in this way can we be worthy of the cultivation and love of the young master. That's right, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so you can only do it step by step. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this and didn't think too much about it. With his current connections and methods, he can collect resources more powerfully than before. It must not be too difficult to collect 800,000 points. Well, it would be nice if you could look away, master. Seeing Xiao Chen's brows relax, Kyan suddenly showed a charming smile and stretched her legs lazily. Sir, look at my legs. Do they look good? Queen Medusa. Everyone, do my legs look good? Inside the wing. As Kai Yan said these words, the atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent, and Xiao Chen immediately stared at it. Fair and slender, as crystal clear as jade. The first time Xiao Chen looked at these long legs, these 2 words came to mind. Next moment, Xiao Chen noticed something was wrong. From the very beginning, he met Kyan's eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. The other person even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. That seductive and provocative expression immediately made Xiao Chen furious. Bold monster, you dare to provoke me so early in the morning. I think you haven't received enough lessons yesterday, right? If you really don't take it for a moment, you want to go to the house and uncover the tiles. He finally stood up and showed off his power last night. Not only was this woman not afraid, but she dared to continue to provoke him. If she doesn't give the other party some time to remember, this woman might not know who is the family emperor. After the loud shouting, Xiao Chen immediately pounced on him. Kyan was so frightened that she screamed again and again. Marong Qingshe, who had just woken up, saw that the battle was imminent again, so she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Unlike Kyan, she has celestial human realm cultivation, and her physical strength and endurance are far beyond those of ordinary women. Xiao Chen's terrible fighting ability yesterday makes his legs feel weak now when he thinks about it. It's too much for her small body, so it's better to stay away from the edge for now. 2 hours later, Kyan was tidied up by Xiao Chen, and she even helped Xiao Chen take a bath warmly, with Marong Qingshe rubbing her shoulders next to her. This kind of life like an emperor made Xiao Chen feel a little elated. The 2 women in front of me. No matter which one she is, to the outside world she is a stunning woman who is enough to drive countless men crazy. But at this moment, she was as obedient and docile as a maid in front of him. Sir, that girl Zaluo is here. While Xiao Chen was enjoying himself, Kyan suddenly raised her head and said to Xiao Chen. Oh, have the resources arrived? Hearing this, Xiao Chen stood up from the bathtub suddenly, making Marong Qingshe scream in surprise. Zi Luok said it yesterday. We need to ask other branches around Tiandu City to send waste resources to Tiandu City. Now that the other party is looking for him, there is a high probability that he has arrived. As the thought fell, Xiao Chen evaporated the water vapor on his body, put on his clothes and walked towards the door. Sir, I would like to excuse you. Almost as soon as Xiao Chen walked to the door, there was a knock on the door, and Zi Luo's voice came in. Ha ha ha, I'm not presumptuous. Before Zi Luo finished speaking, Xiao Chen opened the door, which shocked Zi Luo. Young master is really very handsome. As the door was pushed open, Zi Luo saw Xiao Chen at first glance, and then saw Kai Yan and Marong Qingshe behind her. There was even a faint, salty hormonal smell in the air. This made Zi Luo look a little embarrassed, and she exclaimed in a strange voice. Ahem, Miss Ziluo shouldn't be here to talk to me about life, right? After hearing Zi Luo's meaningful words, Xiao Chen coughed and responded with a faint smile. If this Miss Ziluo comes here just to say this, then the other person is either bored or interested in him. I mentioned to young Master Xiao yesterday that we would ask the surrounding branches to send some resources. The work efficiency of several major branches around us is very good, and several batches of resources were delivered early this morning. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, Zi Luo immediately smiled and replied. With that said, Zi Luo took off a Na ring from her hand, raised her hand and handed it to Xiao Chen. However, the surrounding branches are not as prosperous as Tiandu City, and the resources in stock are not as many as expected. The combined resources of several branches are only worth 5.6 million spiritual crystals. 5.6 million. After hearing Zi Luo's words, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Resources worth 5.6 million spiritual crystals can probably be worth more than 500,000 points. Xiao Chen is quite satisfied with this value. It doesn't matter, Xiao is very satisfied with being able to scrape together this amount of resources. Xiao Chen waved his hand after hearing this, and then took the ring. With this resource to replenish yesterday's consumption, it will not be difficult to help Kyan upgrade her bloodline. Well, I will deduct 20% off the cost and record it in the Chamber of Commerce's accounts for the time being. When the fulling purple pill is sold in the future, the Chamber of Commerce will automatically offset it. Seeing that Xiao Chen was not dissatisfied, Zi Luo also had a smile on her face. Immediately afterwards, Zi Luo seemed to have thought of something and said to Xiao Chen again. By the way, my father and some elders are very interested in Mr. Xiao. In addition, as the honorary elder of the Xian Chamber of Commerce, the young master also needs to go to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters to authenticate the information. If you are free later, please come to the Xian Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Going to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Hearing Zi Luo's invitation, Xiao Chen couldn't help but stare. The headquarters of Xian Chamber of Commerce is located in Dakian Imperial City. This is a mixed place, including many celestial human realm experts. Before Kyan set foot in Saint Realm, he would not dare to go to Dakian Imperial City without permission. After all, in the deepest part of Dakian Palace, there is an immortal Saint Realm who has some issues with the snake people. If this old guy notices Kyan sneaking into the Imperial City, something might happen. 18%. Chapter 89. If they can't make it happen, you kid will just wait to be beaten. I have to go to Wanwaman next. I can only make a decision after I come back. After pondering for a while, Xiao Chen did not agree immediately, nor did he refuse directly. If Kyan can break through to Saint Realm after some time, Wanwaman will also be conquered by him. Then there is nothing wrong with going to Dakian Imperial City. After all, it is the most prosperous place of Great Qian Dynasty, and more resources may be harvested. In this way, Zi Luo will wait patiently. Zi Luo didn't feel any dissatisfaction upon hearing this, she just responded with a slight smile. Next, after a brief conversation, Xiao Chen also learned that Zi Luo was about to return to Dakian Imperial City, and that the celestial human realm elder would stay at the Chamber of Commerce for a while. This actually surprised Xiao Chen. As expected of the daughter of the Xian Chamber of Commerce, once she has good resources in hand, she is ready to hold an auction. No wonder Xian Chamber of Commerce can become bigger and stronger. Sir, I want to go home. After Zi Luo left, Marong Qingshe suddenly spoke, looking a little embarrassed. Calculate the time. She had been staying at Xian Chamber of Commerce for several days. Although she would be very happy to stay with Xiao Chen, she felt that she had to go back to report that she was safe. Then let's go back together. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. City Lord's Mansion. How is order being restored? Marong Bo was standing in the courtyard warming up. When he saw Marong Fu walking in, he asked lightly. The auctions held in the past few days have kept them extremely busy. Fortunately, with the end of the auction, the public security did not encounter major changes. Not bad. Morong Fu nodded when he heard this and replied with a relieved voice. As soon as the auction ended, many powerful people also left one after another today, and order is easier to control than before the auction. As he said this, Morong Fu seemed to have thought of something, and his brows wrinkled slightly at this moment. However, Wanwaman is still stranded in Xian Chamber of Commerce. The opponent has a Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill in his hand, which is enough to make many strong people have evil thoughts. Having said this, Morong Fu's expression became extremely solemn, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Although an elder from the Xian Chamber of Commerce is intimidating him, some people with evil intentions will not take action for the time being. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the eventuality. In case there are other celestial human realm strong men, they are also eyeing the Wanwaman group. Once there is a fight in Tiandu City, with the terrifying strength of the celestial human realm strongman, I am afraid that the entire Tiandu City will be affected. Don't worry about this. Morong Bo waved his hand when he heard this and said in a calm voice. No celestial human realm powerhouse would risk offending the Xian Chamber of Commerce, the Dakian royal family, and the Wanhwa sect to steal a heavenly rank elixir in Tiandu City. Dakian royal regulations. High-level martial artists are not allowed to harm any city. If they cause large-scale casualties, they will be wanted and hunted by the royal family. And Xian Chamber of Commerce. The personal safety of customers will be ensured within 7 days of selling valuable items. Therefore, if you grab it openly during this period, you will offend the 3 major apex-level forces at the same time. There shouldn't be any celestial human realm strong person who would be so stupid. By the way, is that girl Xiao Shui still in the Xian Chamber of Commerce? As he said this, Morong Bo thought of his granddaughter and asked in a complicated tone. Didn't come back for a few days. I wonder if this girl succeeded. Morong Fu nodded after hearing this, with a hint of melancholy on his face. That girl is now stuck with that Mr. Xiao, but she has forgotten both of us. Snapped. Before Morong Fu could finish these lamentable words, he received a solid blow on the back of his head. Xiao Shui has only been away from home for a few days, and you are here to sigh. If things can work out between her and Mr. Xiao, it would only make sense for me to shoot you out. If they can't make it happen, you kid will just wait to be beaten. Looking at this incompetent son, Morong Bo glared at him and almost wanted to punish him with a whip. This made the corners of Morong Fu's mouth twitch crazily. I even doubted whether I was the biological child of this old guy. He has been thinking about getting his granddaughter to fall in love with Mr. Xiao all day long. This is the first time he has seen someone who can be a grandfather like this. City Lord, the lady is back. Just when Morong Fu looked aggrieved, a guard rushed in to report. What? After hearing the guard's words, Morong Bo and Morong Fu raised their heads sharply, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Is it just Miss? Immediately afterwards, Morong Bo asked hurriedly, as if he thought of something. No, there are also Mr. Xiao and the woman in red. Seeing Morong Bo's glaring look, the guard quickly responded. Ha ha ha, there's drama, there's drama. Morong Bo was ecstatic when he heard this, and his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum blooming on the spot. If Morong Qingshe comes back alone, it means that there is no progress between her and Xiao Chen. But if a few people come back together, maybe it will be really good. Grandpa, why are you smiling so happily? As soon as the group entered the inner courtyard, they saw Morong Bo laughing wildly in the sky, and Morong Qingshe suddenly said curiously. Qingshe, Xiao Shui. Seeing Morong Qingshe appearing in the inner courtyard, Morong Fu and Morong Bo both looked over. Next moment, both of their pupils shrank slightly. With their 2 cultivation levels, they could naturally detect Morong Qingshui's aura. The primordial yin energy on the opponent's body has become a little turbid, which is obviously a sign of body loss. What shocked them the most was that when Morong Qingshe left Morong's house a few days ago, her cultivation level was only at the 2nd level of spiritual aperture. But now the opponent's cultivation level has soared to the 6th level of spiritual aperture. How do you practice this? Could it be? It seemed like he had thought of something. Morong Bo and Morong Fu looked behind Morong Qingshe, a handsome young man and a woman in red. Then he walked into the inner courtyard of Morong's house. Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiao, I really miss you after not seeing you for a few days. When I saw Xiao Chen, Morong Bo couldn't help laughing. then waved his hand to ask the guards to leave, and ran over. This move confused Morong Qingshe on the spot. Co-author. Has she become an outsider? Mr. Morong seems to be recovering well. Seeing Morong Bo greeting him with enthusiasm, Xiao Chen responded with a faint smile. The favorability contract planted by the system is indeed abnormal. Morong Bo came to greet him immediately, even his granddaughter stayed aside. Qingshe, your body.is wrong, your cultivation level. How did you improve so fast? Morong Fu on the side saw Morong Qingshui's anger and immediately took 2 steps forward and asked nervously. Although I had some guesses in my heart, I couldn't help but ask. This is all thanks to the young master. Morong Qingshui's face turned red when she heard this. She lowered her head nervously, and answered in a low voice. A dignified young lady with a lot of money. I only knew a young man for a few days, and I immediately handed over my innocence to him. Now this matter must not be hidden. I wonder if Morong Fu will not be able to accept it. Realia. After hearing Morong Qingshui's words, Morong Fu's face immediately twitched. The daughter I have raised for 18 years is now someone else's. I came back with Qingshe this time mainly to tell you that Qingshe is already my woman. I may take her away from Morong's house in 2 days. When Morong Fu was feeling complicated, Xiao Chen's sudden words were like a thunderbolt from the blue, making both of their heads buzz on the spot. 19%. Chapter 90. What kind of freak is this Mr. Xiao? What? You want to take Qingshe away? Morong Bo and Morong Fu both stared at Xiao Chen with eyes wide open and looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. They even wondered if they had heard wrongly. They had only known each other for a few days and already wanted to take him away. What if I can't find it in the future? Morong Fu felt nervous at this time, and his eyes became a little wary. Although Xiao Chen was very kind to the Morong family, the time they knew each other was too short, and they didn't even fully understand Xiao Chen's personality. Just letting Xiao Chen take Morong Qingshe away like this, how could he let go of his heart as a father? Don't be too surprised, you two. In fact, this is what happened. Seeing Morong Bo and Morong Fu staring at each other, Xiao Chen smiled lightly and explained that Manhwa sect wanted to accept Morong Qingshe as a disciple. Briefly explained. Manhwa sect plans to accept Qingshe as a true disciple, but because of the flaws in the technique, Mr. Xiao does not agree to this for the time being. So you plan to take Qingshe to the Manhwa sect first, and then let Qingshe officially join the Manhwa sect after making up for their shortcomings in the skills. After listening to Xiao Chen tell the whole story, Morong Fu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Not only can you see the flaws of the Wanwaman technique, but you can also be sure that you can improve this core technique. What kind of existence is this master behind Mr. Xiao? Ha ha ha, Xiao Shui can make Mr. Xiao worry so much. She is really lucky to have cultivated in her 3 lifetimes. Morong Bo laughed when he heard this, and immediately waved his hands in support. Xiao Shui is taken care of by the young master. I am very relieved, old man. It's just that Xiao Shui is clumsy in some way. I hope you can take care of her along the way. Not only did she embrace Xiao Chen's thigh, she successfully became his woman, but she even attracted the attention of Wanwaman. His granddaughter really did not disappoint him. What? Morong Fu on the side. Just after I recovered from the shock, when I heard my old man say this, I was completely confused on the spot. This old guy actually agreed before he knew the truth of the matter. Even if the other party is really a great benefactor of the Morong family, is this special person too trusting? Don't worry, she is my young master's woman, I will take good care of her. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this. The understatement made Morong Qingshui's face turn red and she almost fainted from happiness. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Chen took out an object from the system space and gave it to Morong Bo with a wave of his hand. This is a half-cut Tianyang purple ginseng, the quality reaches heavenly rank supreme grade. If you can refine it, it will be enough to improve your cultivation by several small realms. After all, Morong Bo was Morong Qingshui's biological grandfather, and his favorable impression of him reached the point of fanaticism. The current cultivation level also has the 2nd level of universal truth. If you can cultivate it, maybe it won't take too long to break through to the celestial human realm. Tianyang purple ginseng, a heavenly rank supreme grade. A. After hearing these 2 words from Xiao Chen, Morong Bo and Morong Fu's expressions changed and they almost fell to the ground in shock. Tianyang purple ginseng. This is one of the few spirit medicines that can be directly refined, and it is very effective in improving cultivation and qi and blood. A heavenly rank supreme grade Tianyang purple ginseng will make even a celestial human realm expert jealous. If the Tianyang purple ginseng in this box is really of heavenly rank supreme grade quality, even if it's only half a piece, it's still a rare treasure that even the Morong family can't afford if they lose all their money. Sir, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Seeing the box in front of him, Morongbo took a deep breath and answered with a trembling voice. To say I'm not greedy is just bullshit. But Xiao Chen not only saved his old life, but also helped him return to the second level of universal truth. Even if his granddaughter became the woman of the other party, he would not have the face to accept anything. There is nothing that can or cannot be taken away. Xiao Chen shook his head when he heard this, and then looked at Morongbo. You have been paralyzed due to injuries for more than 10 years and have become a useless person. Now with the help of me, you have returned to the peak of your condition and cultivation. But no matter what, you have missed more than 10 years of training time. If there is no stimulation from external objects in the future, even if you can make another breakthrough, you will not be able to touch the celestial human realm. If your cultivation level cannot reach the celestial human realm, you will not be considered a true powerhouse among the 7 dynasties of the Eastern Wasteland. The help for him in the future will be very limited. Celestial human realm. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Morongbo immediately smiled bitterly. Young Master Xiao, he looks down upon the old man. The old man's own talent is only heavenly rank middle grade, plus he has wasted more than 10 years. If you can reach the 9th level of universal truth in this life, you will be considered as smoke rising from your ancestral grave. Forget it, I will give you another blessing. After hearing Morongbo's words, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and immediately walked up to Morongbo. Then there was a sudden burst of cultivation, surrounded by many runes. Grotto. Grotto Heaven Realm. Feeling the aura of cultivation on Xiao Chen's body, the expressions of Morongbo and Morongfu suddenly changed. It was clear that he was still in the spiritual aperture realm a few days ago, but he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm in just a few days. This Mr. Xiao. What kind of freak is he? Don't move, relax. Xiao Chen ignored the horror of the two of them. When he said these words, he put his fingers together and pointed at Morongbo. Then issue an upgrade talent command to the system. Ding. The system has deducted 12,000 points and is upgrading the talent of the character Morongbo. In dazzling white light, Morongbo's martial Dao talent was upgraded from the original heavenly rank middle grade to heavenly rank supreme grade. Although there are only 2 small levels, this transformation is like baptism. Morongbo instantly felt that the world became clearer, and even his compatibility with the spiritual energy of the world became closer than before. Boom. The next moment, with a roar, Morongbo broke through the cultivation barrier on the spot. Break through directly to the 3rd level of universal truth at this moment. What exactly is this method? Morongfu on the side saw his father being tapped by Xiao Chen, and his cultivation level immediately reached a small level. His eyes almost popped out. Ha ha ha, thank you Mr. Xiao for your gift. I feel the transformation of my own talent, and my cultivation level also breaks through. Morongbo looked ecstatic and immediately knelt down in front of Xiao Chen. No need to be polite. Seeing Morongbo about to kneel down, Xiao Chen quickly supported him. If you really feel sorry for yourself, then help me take care of the Xiao family in Luyun City first. This time he was going to Wanwaman, which was very far away from Luyun City. Several days have passed since the Lin family was wiped out in Tiandu City. If Tai Sword Sect tries its best to trace the cause of Li Hai's death, and traces some clues to the Xiao family in Luyun City. Without him and Kaiyan in the Xiao family, even if they were protected by the heavenly rank formation, they would probably be in a lot of trouble. If only Morongbo was secretly watching over him. Even if the Xiao family encounters an accident, there won't be any big trouble if he doesn't come back in time. This was one of the reasons why he helped Morongbo break through. The Xiao family in Luyun City. When Morongbo and Morongfu heard this, they looked a little confused. Luyun City. It seems to be a remote city in Guangzhou, and it is simply incomparable to Tiandu City. Could it be? Did this extremely mysterious Mr. Xiao come from such a small place? 19%. Chapter 91 This night is bound to be a little uneventful. This young master is indeed from the Xiao family in Luyun City. Seeing Morongbo and Morongfu's guessing, Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and immediately nodded and said. He briefly told them about his grievances with the Lin family in Tiandu City and Tai Sword Sect. So the Lin family was destroyed by young master. After hearing Xiao Chen tell the story, Murong Fu raised his head in surprise. The Lin family was wiped out a few days ago, causing a sensation throughout Tiandu City. He was originally investigating this matter, but due to a series of incidents in the Murong family, Tianducheng held a grand auction. He was so busy that he put the matter aside. What I didn't expect Wasa. The culprit is actually young Master Xiao. This Lin family doesn't know how to live or die. How dare you provoke Mr. Xiao? You deserve to be killed. While Murong Fu looked shocked, Murong Bo's face was filled with murderous intent. It seems that if the Lin family has not been destroyed yet, he will take action to destroy it. What's wrong? Do you still want to arrest Mr. Xiao? Seeing that Murong Fu didn't look filled with indignation, Murong Bo slapped Murong Fu on the back of the head with his backhand. Unfilial and rebellious son. Now Mr. Xiao is his ancestor, and he is also the ancestor of the Murong family. If this guy dares to hesitate, it is disrespectful to his ancestors. Idanta. Murong Fu was taught by Murong Bo inadvertently, and Murong Fu really looked aggrieved. Now there really is a father above, an ancestor above the father, and even a small ancestor below. This day is really unbearable. Master, please don't worry. Next, I will rush to Luyun City. If there is any emergency, I will directly inform the young master. After educating Murong Fu, Murong Bo vowed to do so. In this case, Mr. Lao will be at your service. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this, then looked at Murong Fu, his eyes flickered and he smiled lightly. If Mr. Murong leaves, there will be no strong universal truth realm man in the city lord's mansion, and it will be difficult to deal with any changes in the city. I will help City Lord Murong break through. When these words were spoken, Xiao Chen also broke out in cultivation again. What? After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Murong Fu was slightly stunned, and then showed a look of ecstasy. He has been trapped in the 9th level of nirvana for many years. Although he has felt a bottleneck during this period, it is not that easy to break through. If Xiao Chen can help him make a breakthrough, it will undoubtedly save him several years of hard work. Relax. When Murong Fu was in ecstasy, Xiao Chen was surrounded by runes, and then a finger fell on Murong Fu. Ding. The system has deducted 32,000 points and is upgrading the talent of the character Murong Fu. Because Murong Fu's talent is only Earth rank Supreme Grade, upgrading to Heavenly rank Supreme Grade will cost a little more points. However, these are minor issues. After all, among the few people present, only Murong Fu had not been baptized by him, in order to ensure that his secrets would not be leaked. He must make a favorability contract with Murong Fu. Boom. As the system prompt sounds, Murong Fu felt a roar in his head, and his whole body felt like he was soaking in a spiritual spring. The whole world becomes clearer and clearer, and the aura of heaven and earth becomes more intimate. That feeling was like being reinvented, returning to the mother's womb. The bottleneck of cultivation that had trapped him for many years was trembling like never before at this moment. Break it on me. The next moment, Murong Fu opened his eyes fiercely, and then screamed loudly into the sky. An extremely terrifying aura of cultivation suddenly erupted from Murong Fu's body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of more than 10 miles boiled at this moment, and then turned into a torrent and continued to swarm in. Murong Fu's cultivation completely broke through the universal truth realm, directly alarming dozens of miles around the city lord's palace. Hiss. City Lord Murong actually broke through the universal truth realm. Old City Master Murong has returned to his peak, and City Master Murong has also made a breakthrough. The Murong family is about to rise. A1 door and 2 universal truths, Ida S. Incredible. A. Quote. Seeing the vortex formed above the City Lord's mansion, there was a lot of discussion around the City Lord's mansion. After a while, Murong Fu landed on the ground again, and then he knelt down to Xiao Chen. Thank you Mr. Xiao for your kindness. No need to be so polite. Seeing Murong Fu about to kneel down, Xiao Chen supported him. Although he didn't call the other person father-in-law, he was still Murong Qingshui's father, so it was not easy for him to kneel down and worship him. By the way, give me the skills you are practicing, and I will ask my master to help you deduce them. In this way, I will help you cleanse your marrow and cut your veins once, and with the addition of your skills, you will reach the heavenly rank supreme grade. As long as you practice well, it's not difficult to break through the celestial human realm. After helping Murong Fu up, Xiao Chen spoke calmly. Hiss. Deduct the technique and reach the heavenly rank supreme grade level. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Marong Bo and Marong Fu both took a sharp breath, and then their faces revealed a look of ecstasy. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take out the inherited skills. Seeing that Marong Fu's reaction was still slow, Marong Bo made another big move, as if he was afraid that Xiao Chen would regret it next moment. Sir, this is the core technique of our cultivation. Tiangong Xuanwo Ju. Marong Fu ignored the slap and quickly took out a scroll from the ring. He handed it to Xiao Chen with a respectful look. If it had been just now, he would have hesitated. But now he has an indescribable affection for Xiao Chen. If he dares to hesitate, he feels like he is blaspheming against Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took the scroll and walked straight to the study. Cleansing the marrow and cutting the pulse is just a show off, and it can be attributed to the fact that the medical talent is too evil. Kung Fu can be deduced. This involves the accumulation of martial arts and is too cumbersome to explain. Although these two people have been planted with a contract, there is no need to expose such a shocking thing in front of others. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen came out of the study and handed the technique back to the two of them. This Tiangong mysterious fire technique originally only had Earth rank supreme grade. After spending 35,000 points, he was finally promoted to heavenly rank supreme grade. This made Marong Bo and Marong Fu so happy that they almost knelt down to Xiao Chen on the spot. After some conversation, Marong Fu and Marong Bo held another banquet in the evening, and then took Xiao Chen and Marong Qingshe to drink until they were extremely drunk. After 3 drinks, while Marong Qingshe and Xiao Chen were both a little drunk, they quickly sent Xiao Chen and Marong Qingshe back to their rooms. It seemed that she wanted Marong Qingshe to give birth to a fat boy for them quickly. If not, after Marong Qingshe leaves, there will be no successor to the Marong family, which will be a bit troublesome. But, after Xiao Chen and Marong Qingshe were sent back to their room, Kaiyan forced her way into their private room on the pretext that she wanted to take care of them. This night, also because of Kaiyan's intrusion, it was destined to be a little uneasy. 19%. Chapter 92 Senior Sister. Have you ever felt that? She looks like the same person. The next day. After a drunken and sexual encounter at Marong's house, Xiao Chen and his party returned to the Xian Chamber of Commerce. 2 days passed. Calculating the time, the heavenly elder of Manhwa sect should have arrived. Sir, you are finally back. The elders of Manhwa are almost impatient with the wait. Xiao Chen, Kaiyan and Marong Qingshe had just stepped into the Xian Chamber of Commerce, and saw Cloud Mountain standing in the lobby and greeted them with overjoyed faces. In fact, the elders of Manhwa arrived last night. Originally, they wanted to take Nangong Jing and others out of the Xian Chamber of Commerce overnight, but after all, the injury of the great elder began to deteriorate again. If there is no Xuanqing snow lotus pill to suppress the fire poison, I am afraid that the worsening of the injury will affect the foundation of cultivation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen and his party were not in the Chamber of Commerce, so Nangong Jing and his party could only continue to stay. Oh, how many people are here? After hearing Cloud Mountain's words, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. 2. Cloud Mountain shivered when he heard this, with a look of fear on his face. It seems to be the 4th elder and 5th elder of Manhwa sect. Both of them are very terrifying celestial human realm powerhouses. Thinking of the 2 white-haired women last night, their look almost scared him to the point of peeing. Cloud Mountain still has lingering fears. It's just like the rumors. The women from the Manhwa sect, the more advanced they are, the colder they are. He even had a bad temper and would castrate men at every turn. This is simply the arrival of 2 female Rakshasa. You too. Maybe we can harvest a wave. After hearing Cloud Mountain's words, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up slightly and he walked towards the Chamber of Commerce. That boy named Xiao, is he really that magical? At the same time, in Xiao Chen's original wing of Xian Chamber of Commerce, a woman with a cold face asked in a calm voice after scanning the room. They are 2 elders. Because he was worried about the great elder's injury, he was already a little anxious at this time. But I heard Nangong Jing say. They found a body of pure yin who was extremely talented and a young man who could cure their old illnesses. Last night I excitedly rushed over to look for someone, but to my surprise the wing was empty. I came here again this morning and still didn't see this person. This made them both very angry. 4th elder, Mr. Xiao is not an ordinary miraculous person, he is simply a miraculous existence. Not only did he break through to the Xuandan realm at such a young age, but his medical skills are also miraculous. We suffered from hidden diseases caused by the backlash of our skills. He just gave us a few taps to completely repair our bodies. Not even the Dan King Ji Yu Qinghe can do this. After the fourth elder finished speaking, Li Wanqing said with a beaming expression. Not even aware of it. The expressions of the two elders became increasingly cold. Are you having sex? Seeing Li Wanqing like this, the fourth elder's faint words suddenly made the other person's expression change. All Wanwaman disciples must not be emotional, otherwise they will go crazy. This is a warning from the ancestors of Wanwa sect, and the disciples must not violate it. Otherwise, you will be severely punished by the sect. Fourth elder, fifth elder. Master Xiao is really a rare and wonderful person, and Marong Qingshe is also a rare talent. We might as well wait patiently. Seeing that Li Wanqing was in a bit of a dilemma, Han Xinyue on the side spoke to help. Even you said so let's just wait. The fifth elder on the side raised his eyes slightly after hearing this sentence, and his words echoed in the wing room with the same coldness. But our patience is limited. If within an hour, the so-called Mr. Xiao and the woman with the body of pure yin are no longer seen, we will set off directly back to Wanwaman. The great elder's injury cannot be delayed any longer. Let the two celestial human realm elders miss twice. Regardless of whether this Mr. Xiao is really that magical, neither Lu Hanfei nor Li Qingying have a good impression of Xiao Chen at this time. Somebody is coming. Almost as he finished these words, a burst of footsteps suddenly came. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying both raised their heads sharply and immediately locked their gazes towards the door. Xiao Chen and his party also appeared. A few of them entered other people's rooms without their permission. Doesn't this seem bad? After walking into the wing, Xiao Chen glanced at several people and spoke in a calm voice. You are that Mr. Xiao. Seeing Xiao Chen walk into the wing, Lu Hanfei narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a cold voice. But before she finished speaking, she suddenly saw Xiao Chen behind her. A woman with equally cold eyes couldn't help but change her expression at this moment, with a look of shock and vigilance on her face. Are you a celestial human realm powerhouse? After sensing the threat from Kaiyan, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying stared at Kaiyan, their expressions becoming more solemn. Image of Lu Hanfei, the fourth elder of Wanwa sect. What? After hearing what Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying said, whether it was Nangong Jing, Han Xinyue and others, or even Marong Qingshe who was beside Xiao Chen. At this time, they were all shocked. Although they had a premonition that Kaiyan was a strong person, they never expected that the other party turned out to be a celestial human realm strong person. And judging from the reactions of Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, Kaiyan is very scary even in the celestial human realm. Kaiyan glanced at the two of them coldly, but didn't say anything at this time, just stood silently next to Xiao Chen. That kind of cold attitude. It seems to be saying, you'd better be polite to my man, otherwise I don't mind making your memory long. Senior sister, do you think she looks like the same person? Kaiyan's eyes were locked on her. Li Qingying's face was extremely solemn, and then as if he thought of something, he hesitated and spoke to Lu Hanfei. Queen Medusa. Hearing Li Qingying's words, Lu Hanfei seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils contracted violently at this moment. No, the snake people haven't broken through to the saint realm, so they can't completely transform into human form. Even if the other party takes some form-changing elixir, it will be difficult to cover up the unique aura of the snake people. But her breath is the same as that of humans, not like the snake people. Could it be that this is a celestial human realm strongman who looks like Queen Medusa? In less than 2 breaths, the two of them briefly exchanged opinions through true sound transmission. Finally, we came to a conclusion, which is to wait and see what happens. After all, Kaiyan is wearing a veil at this time, and she is already a human body, and her aura is not abnormal. Although they have met Queen Medusa. But it was hard to tell for a while, Kaiyan was Queen Medusa. Even if the other party is really Queen Medusa. Even if the opponent has reached the 9th level of heaven and human cultivation, it is not something that the two of them can compete with together. Not to mention, although Wanwaman had fought against Queen Medusa before, it was just a little friction and there was no deep hatred. So no matter whether the woman in front of me is Queen Medusa or not, the wisest thing they can do is not to conflict with it. 19%. Chapter 93. I am just stating the facts, there is no question of doubt. Sir, this is Lu Hanfei, the 4th elder of our Wanwa sect, and this is Li Qingying, the 5th elder of our Wanwa sect. Image of Li Qingying, the 5th elder of Wanwaman. As if feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Han Xinyue stood up and spoke. We have already explained the matter about Mr. Xiao and Miss Marong to the 2 elders. If it's convenient for you, Master, we plan to return to Wanwaman now. While talking, after Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying exchanged opinions, they also looked at Xiao Chen and Marong Qingshe. But when they saw Marong Qingshe, both of them were stunned for a moment, and then they spoke in surprise. You're actually broke. Feeling that Marong Qingshui's primordial yin aura had become turbid, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's expressions became a little ugly. In their perception, Marong Qingshui's physique was indeed superior to theirs. But body of pure yin. If you want to improve your cultivation by leaps and bounds, you must cultivate your own primordial yin. Once the primordial yin is broken and the source of body of pure yin innate qi is lost, future cultivation will inevitably be hindered. Unexpectedly, Marong Qingshe has lost primordial yin. This is undoubtedly a waste of her natural physique. What? After hearing what Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying said, Nangong Jing, Han Xinyue and others looked shocked. They didn't pay attention just now, but when they felt Marong Qingshui's aura, they realized that the other party had really lost his primordial yin. But a few days ago, when they met Marong Qingshe, he was still innocent. Could it be? As if they had thought of something, several people looked at Xiao Chen, and their expressions became a little complicated. And Marong Qingshe, seeing several people staring at her like this, their expressions suddenly became a little embarrassed. No, your cultivation level has actually reached the 6th level of spiritual aperture. After noticing Marong Qingshui's cultivation aura, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying's eyes narrowed, with a look of shock and disbelief on their faces. Only 18 years old, he has cultivated to the 6th level of spiritual aperture. This talent is so amazing. Body of pure yin. You don't have to keep primordial yin all the time in order to make rapid progress in cultivation. Seeing that Marong Qingshe seemed a little embarrassed, Xiao Chen stood up and said calmly. As the saying goes, if yin is alone, there will be no life, and if yang is alone, it will not grow. Everything in the world pays attention to the balance of yin and yang. Although body of pure yin can make rapid progress in cultivation with just one sip of innate primordial yin, over time the imbalance of yin and yang in the body will cause many disadvantages to the body. This point, I don't need to explain it too clearly. You, the elders of Manhwa sect, must all have a deep understanding of it. What happened to Xiao Chen's words? Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying looked gloomy and stared at Xiao Chen unkindly. Destroying a body of pure yin's innocence means destroying that person's future in cultivation. How dare this kid say it so grandly? And in a certain sense, isn't this statement criticizing Wanwaman's thinking for being stubborn? Are you questioning the way our Manhwa sect has practiced for thousands of years? When this thought came to an end, Lu Hanfei said with a cold voice. The founder of Wanwaman was a woman who worked hard in order to allow most women to occupy an important position in this cruel world. He did not hesitate to spend decades to establish the power of Manhwa sect. He even ventured into danger alone and entered the cold abyss of demons. I got a saint rank residual technique inside, and risked going crazy to deduce a heavenly rank technique. It is the current core technique of Wanwaman. Xuanian Wangyu Ju, which has gradually made Wanwaman become one of the 5 major forces of the Great Qian dynasty. Although they know that this skill has flaws, it will be corroded after practice and they will suffer. But they were originally just weak women, and they were even missed because of the body of pure yin. It is the 10,000 flower sect that gives them the power to control their destiny, preventing them from becoming a training furnace for some demonic beasts before they grow up. Therefore, even if they knew that Wanwaman's techniques were flawed, they would not allow outsiders to question this. I'm just stating the facts, there's no question about it. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this. Even facing 2 celestial human realm powerhouses, he didn't feel any pressure at this time. Knowing that a defect exists, all you can do is remedy it. Instead of just covering it up and not allowing others to mention it. If your Wanhwa sect skills can make up for the shortcomings, the overall strength can increase by several %, enough to surpass the other major forces. This statement, Xiao Chen is not bragging. After all, the elders of Wanhwa sect may be true disciples. The body of pure yin is selected from the Great Qian dynasty, and only one of it can appear among hundreds of thousands of women. If the shortcomings of the skills are compensated, and his own talent is very outstanding, his strength will increase in a short period of time. Therefore, by then, it is not impossible for Wanwaman's strength to surpass the other major forces. Is your master really sure that he can perfect our technique? Hearing what Xiao Chen said, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying did not refute, but spoke in a low voice after a moment of silence. Wanwaman has also worked hard to perfect the technique over the years. But even with the efforts of successive sect leaders, this sequelae can only be alleviated, but the disadvantages cannot be truly eradicated. If there is really a strange person who can perfect this technique, it will not be a good thing for Manhwa sect. It's just a matter of sect inheritance, and there is no room for sloppiness. As long as you can afford the price, my master can even perfect the holy technique. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this and was extremely confident in his conversation. Nangong Jing and others took a sharp breath, with a look of admiration on their faces. As for Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, their pupils shrank slightly and they looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Although they wanted to refute Xiao Chen, they saw that the other party did not seem to be joking, and there was a celestial human realm strongman following him. They could only maintain a skeptical attitude at this time. In that case, then you can come with us to the Manhwa sect. We will decide on the specific matters after the sect leader leaves the seclusion. After looking at each other, Lu Hanfei said calmly. In order to wait for you. We've been delayed all night. If nothing happens, it's time to set off. After saying that, Lu Hanfei glanced at Qian and walked straight out the door. Li Qingying signaled to Nangong Jing and others, and followed Lu Hanfei to leave the wing. You two don't have to be so anxious. I can help you treat it first and eliminate the hidden diseases in your body. In this way, you can also know whether I have real ability. Seeing that Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying were planning to leave now, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered and he suddenly spoke. The two women in front of me. One is the fourth elder of Manhwa sect, and the other is the fifth elder of Manhwa sect. They are both the core and senior leaders of Manhwa sect. It's a pity that neither of them thinks highly of him. If you can help these two people repair their hidden physical illnesses, you can take the opportunity to let the system plant a favor contract between them. Then next, he can use these two people as a breakthrough to capture the rest of the Manhwa sect more easily. 19%. Chapter 94. Stop. What are you going to do to Qingying? After Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying paused for a moment, then turned around and glanced at Xiao Chen. No, we are in a hurry now. If anything happens, we can talk about it at Wanwaman. After leaving these two sentences, Lu Hanfei turned around again. Although Han Xinyue, Nangong Jing and others talked about Xiao Chen's miraculous skills last night. But it was still hard for the two elders to believe that Xiao Chen really had such mysterious medical skills. After all, Xiao Chen is too young, only 18 years old at most. And the two of them are celestial human realm experts who have been practicing for more than 100 years. The yin qi accumulated in the body was so majestic that the palace was almost eroded beyond recognition. Not only has she completely lost her fertility, but she has not even had menstruation for 100 years. The situation is many times more serious than Han Xinyue's, and even some heavenly rank elixirs can't cure them. So it's hard for them to believe it. How could a junior who was only 18 years old have the ability to cure them? Quote. Seeing that Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying were unmoved, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a little depressed at this time. However, just when he was about to speak again, Li Qingying, who was walking by him, suddenly trembled at this moment. A cold aura suddenly erupted, and a muffled groan came from his mouth. This sudden situation shocked everyone. Qian immediately protected Xiao Chen, thinking that the Wanwaman elder wanted to launch a sneak attack. However, when everyone looked around, they saw Li Qingying's face turned pale, and she was kneeling on the ground with her right hand covering her lower abdomen. An extremely violent and cold breath continued to escape from her body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to freezing point. As this yin qi backlash, after seeing Li Qingying's symptoms, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly froze. Unexpectedly, Li Qingying would encounter backlash at this time. This is really a coincidence. Qingying. Seeing Li Qingying like this, Lu Hanfei rushed over to support him, and her cultivation exploded to form a true barrier. While isolating the surroundings, he pressed his palm on the opponent's back to help him suppress the backlash of yin qi. At this moment, Li Qingying's face was not only as pale as paper, but her expression was even more painful and ferocious. One of her silver teeth was almost broken by her bite, and her whole body felt as if she had been bitten. The terrifying cold air, just a little leakage, would cause the floor of the wing to freeze and burst. Such a terrible scene. Nangong Jing, Li Wanqing and others turned pale, and a look of fear appeared on their pretty faces. I didn't expect this yin qi backlash to be so terrifying. You must know that Li Qingying is a strong person in the celestial human realm. He can make the opponent kneel down in pain. You can imagine how much torture this has to endure. If this happened in a battle, wouldn't it be possible to die if you were not careful? No wonder some elders of Manhwa sect are obviously very powerful, but accidents often happen when they go out to perform tasks in the sect. It seems that this part of the elders. It is very likely that he accidentally fell outside due to backlash during the battle. Qingying, take the Xuanyang pill quickly. When Nangong Jing, Marong Qingshe and others were frightened, Lu Hanfei took out a red pill and was about to give it to Li Qingying immediately. But at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke. Rank 7 middle grades Xuanyang pill, coupled with your forcible suppression. It can indeed help her suppress the yin qi back into the palace, but doing so will cause her body to suffer secondary trauma. You seem to be helping her, but in fact you are harming her. When Xiao Chen finished these words, Lu Hanfei's hand froze immediately. Every time they encounter backlash, if they want to suppress it forcefully, he can only take powerful fire attribute elixirs to match his own powerful cultivation realm. Only then can this backlash be forcibly suppressed in the shortest possible time. But the price is, the palace Dantian meridians will be damaged, and the next outbreak will be more violent. There used to be many celestial human realm ancestors in Manhwa sect, but they died in the increasingly terrifying backlash. But apart from this approach, they have no choice. Could it be that you can cure this yin-qi backlash? When thoughts are turning, Lu Hanfei seemed to have thought of something, her eyes fixed on Xiao Chen. I already said that. The reason why you are suffering from the backlash of yin qi is because there are flaws in the cultivation method. The only way to completely solve it is to improve the method. Hearing Lu Hanfei's words, Xiao Chen came directly in front of Li Qingying and Lu Hanfei, and then took out a piece of Tianyang purple ginseng from the system space. This is Tianyang purple ginseng. Seeing the Tianyang purple ginseng tablet in Xiao Chen's hand, Lu Hanfei's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Tianyang purple ginseng. Extremely special yang attribute spirit medicine. Because the medicinal properties are relatively mild and mellow, practitioners can directly swallow it and refine it. It was undoubtedly much better than the Xuanyang pill in her hand. Help me hold her down. Seeing that Li Qingying's expression became more painful and she was about to run away, Xiao Chen gave instructions in a low voice. The other party is a powerful person in the 5th level of heaven and human realm, and the true energy contained in his body is so terrifying. If when he was helping the other party to repair his body, the other party failed to suppress the backlash and went berserk on the spot, he might be seriously injured. What? When she heard Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei had not yet reacted. Kaiyan's eyes flashed slightly, and she appeared next to Xiao Chen, knocking Lu Hanfei out of the way. Next moment, the cultivation level of the 9th level of heaven and man exploded suddenly, and the surrounding space solidified instantly. Kaiyan's movements were very rough. She put one hand on Li Qingying and pushed him directly to the ground. The floor instantly cracked and collapsed. 9th level of heaven and man. Feeling the burst of cultivation aura from Kaiyan, Lu Hanfei's expression suddenly changed dramatically. Although she could feel that Kaiyan was stronger than her, she really didn't expect that the other party's cultivation level had reached the 9th level of heaven and human realm. Could it be? Is she really Queen Medusa? Stop. What are you going to do to Qingying? But at this time, Lu Hanfei had no time to think so much when she saw Li Qingying being roughly held down. She shouted coldly and exploded in cultivation, and immediately wanted to fight Kaiyan desperately. Li Qingying is in a weak state now. If someone wants to harm her, it will be easy. Don't be nervous, I'm helping her. Also at this time. As Xiao Chen's words came out, he stuffed the Tianyang purple ginseng piece into Li Qingying's mouth, and then the runes around his body began to flow as his cultivation exploded. A finger fell on Li Qingying's lower abdomen, and then he issued a repair command to the system. 4th Elder, Mr. Xiao does not mean any harm, please don't disturb him. Seeing Xiao Chen surrounded by runes, it was exactly the same as when he treated them. Han Xinyue, Nangong Jing and others quickly stopped Lu Hanfei at this time. Ding! The system has deducted 32,000 points and is repairing the character Li Qingying's hidden disease. When Lu Hanfei was stopped, the system prompt tone also fell at this time. Next moment, as the white light shone, Li Qingying's hidden diseases were all repaired, and he couldn't help but let out a soft hum. And as the Tianyang purple ginseng slices melted in the mouth, there was also suppression from the true energy of the colorful fireworks attribute. The backlash in her body gradually subsided, and her body regained control at this time. As soon as I opened my eyes, seeing that she was being held down by Kaiyan and Xiao Chen was still pressing on her lower abdomen, her expression immediately changed. 20%. Chapter 95 Senior Sister, Ida very comfortable. If you don't believe me, give it a try. You. What are you doing? Seeing Xiao Chen close at hand, I also felt something strange coming from my lower abdomen, and a numbing feeling came over me like a tide. Li Qingying's mind was in confusion, and he forgot to resist at this time, and just asked in confusion. Quote. Hearing Li Qingying's ambiguous words, Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. As soon as I regained consciousness, I asked him if he wanted to do it. This was too direct, right? How do you feel? After suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Xiao Chen retracted his palm and asked calmly. My body. How is this possible? Li Qingying stood up from the ground after hearing this, and then felt her body carefully. After noticing the changes in her body, even though she was a celestial human realm expert, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her palace, which had been eroded beyond recognition, was now restored to the same condition as when she was a girl. Even the various hidden wounds left in the body during these more than 100 years of cultivation. Everything disappeared at this moment. The whole delicate body seemed to be reborn, and even had the urge to have menstruation. This shocked Li Qingying to the point of being confused. Qingying, what's wrong with your body? Did something go wrong? Seeing Li Qingying, who had always been as cold as her, she actually showed a look of shock and disbelief. Lu Hanfei on the side frowned and asked worriedly. After saying that, Lu Hanfei looked at Xiao Chen with a cold expression. You guy. What did you do to my junior sister? Don't be disrespectful to Mr. Xiao. Before Lu Hanfei finished speaking, Li Qingying suddenly raised his head and scolded the former directly. This made Lu Hanfei freeze on the spot. The junior sister who always respected her, actually reprimanded her as a senior sister in front of so many people. And Ida because of a young man whom I didn't like before. Qingying would like to thank you for your great kindness. Qingying's attitude before was a bit disrespectful. I hope you won't argue with the little girl. After scolding Lu Hanfei, Li Qingying saluted Xiao Chen. Immediately afterwards, he took off another space ring from his body and handed it to Xiao Chen with a cautious expression. This ring contains the entire wealth of the little girl. I hope Mr. Xiao can accept it with a smile. Qingying, are you crazy? Seeing Li Qingying's move, Lu Hanfei on the side was very puzzled. Although Xiao Chen and the woman in red helped her suppress the backlash of Yin Qi. This is indeed a favor to Li Qingying, but it doesn't cost all his wealth, right? Senior sister, Mr. Xiao's attack just now was a sign of gratitude to me. After hearing Lu Hanfei's words, Li Qingying opened his mouth to explain. Now my body is like a girl again. Not only has I regained my fertility, but all the hidden wounds and old diseases in my body have disappeared. With my current state, I won't suffer from the backlash of Yin Qi in 10 years, and I still have hope of reaching the 7th level of heaven and human beings. Certainly, these two sentences are a bit conservative. If it weren't for the fact that her talent was only at the heavenly rank level, she would even be sure to reach the 8th level of heavenly realm. What? Hearing Li Qingying's words, Lu Hanfei was confused on the spot again. This young man named Xiao, who just clicked a few times, could be so mysterious. No, his cultivation just now seems to be Grotto Heaven Realm. In this days, Lu Hanfei seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils shrank violently at this moment. Because she was concerned about Li Qingying's backlash just now, she ignored this point for a while. At this time, recalling Xiao Chen's cultivation aura, Lu Hanfei stirred up a storm in her heart. According to what Nangong Jing and others said, this young Master Xiao is only 18 years old. He cultivated into the Grotto Heaven realm at the age of 18. What kind of freak is this guy? Since you said so, I will accept it. Xiao Chen did not refuse after hearing this and immediately took the ring. Naturally, his actions must be rewarded. If not, how will the points be obtained? There are still a little more than 570,000 points left. I hope this ring can make up for some points. After taking a look at the balance of points, Xiao Chen murmured something and then penetrated the ring with his soul. In the void of this ring, there are various resources and items piled up. Among them, the spiritual crystals piled up into a small mountain, with a visual estimate of 4 to 5 million. But what interests Xiao Chen is the various natural and earthly treasures around him. There are many high-level demon cores, many high-level spirit medicines, and even some mysterious weapons. It looks like some loot. Some spirit medicine and mysterious weapons can be kept as materials, while others can be recycled. After glancing at the space ring and letting the system sort it, Xiao Chen issued a recycling command. Ding. The system has recovered all designated items. Congratulations to the host for earning 77,634 points. After hearing this prompt from the system, Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Unexpectedly, after he retained a large part of the resources, the remaining waste could be exchanged for more than 70,000 points. If you add in the spiritual crystals and reserved resources, only Li Qingying, a celestial human realm powerhouse, would be able to survive. The points that can be provided to him in the future should be able to exceed the 200,000 mark. That is to say, Li Qingying's total net worth should be more than 2 million spiritual crystals. Senior sister seems to be in disbelief. When Xiao Chen was counting the materials for recycling, Li Qingying saw Lu Hanfei like this, and immediately looked at Xiao Chen. Sir, I wonder if you can take action for my senior sister. She experienced firsthand what changes had taken place in her body after being treated by Xiao Chen. It is no exaggeration to say that it is enough to change your destiny. As a fellow sister, Li Qingying also wanted Lu Hanfei to be treated by Xiao Chen. Qingying, you. Hearing that Li Qingying actually asked Xiao Chen to help her, Lu Hanfei was a little confused at this moment, and her expression became a little embarrassed. After all, her attitude just now was not very good. If Xiao Chen was worried and refused to take action, wouldn't that be embarrassing? If your senior sister is willing, I don't care. Xiao Chen smiled lightly when he heard this and said without caring at all. Although Lu Hanfei's attitude just now was a bit cold and arrogant, it didn't really offend him, so there was no need to worry about it. What's more, every celestial human realm strong person, no matter how poor he is, still has many good things. Each one was a walking treasure trove of points, and he had no reason to refuse Li Qingying's proposal. Thank you, sir. After hearing Xiao Chen's answer, Li Qingying was overjoyed and quickly pushed Lu Hanfei. Sister, it's very comfortable. If you don't believe me, give it a try. Hearing Li Qingying's ambiguous words, Lu Hanfei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But seeing Li Qingying like this and hearing the other party's explanation, Lu Hanfei also wanted to give it a try. He immediately took a deep breath, suppressed his inner embarrassment, walked up to Xiao Chen and cupped his hands. I'm here to help Mr. Xiao. This was the first time she had been so polite to a man, and the man was even more than 100 years younger than her. Well, relax and remember not to resist. Hearing this, Xiao Chen didn't say anything more. He burst into cultivation and raised his right hand, surrounded by runes all over his body. Putting one hand on Lu Hanfei's lower abdomen, he simultaneously issued repair instructions to the system. 20%. Chapter 96 Hiss. My body, actually, has completely changed. Ding. The system has deducted 33,000 points and is repairing the hidden disease for the character Lu Hanfei. As the system prompt tone fell, a burst of white light suddenly shone. A numb feeling instantly rushed from my lower abdomen to my forehead. Lu Hanfei felt as if she was getting an electric shock. She couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Her legs went weak and she almost knelt down on the spot. My head was buzzing even more. Obviously didn't expect it. She has been practicing for more than 100 years, and she has long been a cold-hearted person. How could she make such a soft moan? Nangong Jing, Han Xinyue and others on the side looked a little embarrassed after looking at each other. They have all experienced this feeling. Unexpectedly, even Lu Hanfei, a cold celestial human realm expert, would be activated by the touch of Mr. Xiao's big hand. But they didn't dare to laugh out loud. If not, with Lu Hanfei's kind of character, he probably would have been punished when he returned to the sect. That's it. When Lu Hanfei was so embarrassed that Xiao Chen also retracted his palm at this moment. Although things took a twist. But no matter what, he restored and planted contracts with the two heavenly elders of Manhwa sect. Next, the security of Manhwaman will be greatly improved. Hiss.my body. Actually. Has completely changed. When Lu Hanfei heard Xiao Chen's words, she couldn't care less about her embarrassment at this moment and quickly checked the various changes in her body. After sensing a burst of warmth from her palace, all traces of previous erosion disappeared at this time, and even all the hidden wounds on her body were healed. The whole person is as if he has broken through many shackles and been sent back to his mother's womb to be remade. Lu Hanfei's face showed a look of ecstasy. There was indeed no lie in what Li Qingying said. This young Master Xiao could really turn decay into magic. In her current physical condition, within 10 years, you can completely avoid the pain of yin-qi backlash, and you are also expected to reach the 8th level of heaven and man. This young Master Xiao is simply like a miracle doctor. As soon as I thought of this, I remembered how cold I had been just now, and a feeling of guilt surged into my heart. Lu Hanfei suddenly turned around and knelt in front of Xiao Chen. Han Fei was arrogant before and dared to offend young Master Xiao. I hope young master can forgive me. Hissa. Seeing Lu Hanfei, who had a cold look on his face just now, he was now kneeling directly in front of Xiao Chen to confess. Nangong Jing, Han Xinyue and others couldn't help but take a deep breath. Get up, it's just a small matter. Xiao Chen was also a little surprised to see Lu Hanfei kneel down and repent. Although the system contract is very powerful, the opponent is a strong person in the celestial human realm, and his mental state cultivation is also very powerful. Even if the favorable impression of him can be greatly improved, it will not increase to a very abnormal extent all at once. Now Lu Hanfei would be so guilty that she would kneel down. It seemed that this woman had a good heart, but her personality was just a little cold. Thank you, sir. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei looked ecstatic. Xiao Chen didn't care about her previous attitude, which was a huge forgiveness to her. If not, offending a medical master who could turn decay into magic was definitely an unimaginable loss for her. In this ring, I have all my wealth. I hope you can accept it. Immediately afterwards, as if she had thought of something, Lu Hanfei immediately took off the ring from her hand and handed it to Xiao Chen with a cautious expression. The other party ignored the past grudges and repaired all the hidden diseases in her body. If she didn't show any performance, then all these years would have been in vain. When Xiao Chen heard this, he immediately accepted the space Naji without any excuse. As the soul thoughts penetrated, the resource items in the space ring are also introduced into the perception at this moment. The resources here are not very different from what Li Qingying gave him. The spiritual crystals are also around 500,000 to 600,000, plus various high-level spirit medicine beast cores. All resources added up should be worth more than 2 million. He is a bit richer than Li Qingying. When the thought came to an end, Xiao Chen also retained some resources and at the same time issued a recycling command to the system. Ding! The system has recovered all designated items. Congratulations to the host for earning 86,362 points. The points have exceeded the 700,000 mark again. After the system is recycled, Xiao Chen checks the points. It was found that excluding the previous consumption, his current points balance was more than 700,200. Compared with when I first came to Xi'an Chamber of Commerce, I have hundreds of thousands more points. Just the net worth of the two elders of Wanhua sect, he had consumed all the points in the past 2 days. All made up. And there are still a bunch of spiritual crystals and resources that have not been used yet, so it will be easy to break the 800,000 mark in the future. Sir, if you can repair our hidden disease, can you also repair other injuries? When Xiao Chen is looking at the data panel, Lu Hanfei on the side seemed to have thought of something, took a deep breath and asked nervously. The great elder was severely injured and was corroded by the demonic flames and poison. If Xiao Chen takes action to recover the injury, add Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill to purify the fire poison. It was easy for Duan Muzuying to recover. As long as it is a physical injury, I can basically repair it. But poisoning or obsession, these can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Xiao Chen raised his head when he heard this and replied calmly. Hissa. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lu Hanfei and others took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Chen in shock. If you say so, doesn't it mean that as long as that person is still breathing, Xiao Chen has the ability to save him? This is simply a miracle, doctor. Great, now the great elder is out of the way, and even the sect master may have hope to recover. Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying looked at each other and could see the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Next, after some negotiation, the group left Xi'an Chamber of Commerce directly. Lu Hanfei even summoned a heavenly rank flying boat from Wanwaman, which turned into a first class and disappeared into the sky amidst the admiration of everyone below. Saint, they're gone. When the Wanwaman flying boat was flying away, in a tea house in Tiandu City, a white-haired old woman from the Fox tribe said in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Wanwaman sent 2 celestial human realm elders this time. This is a bit tricky. We'll follow up and take a look, but we can only wait and see what happens. Bai Suxan's eyes flashed when she heard this. 2 celestial human realm elders from Wanwaman, plus Queen Medusa. There are 3 celestial human realm powerhouses in the Wanwaman group. It is already somewhat unrealistic to obtain the Xuanqing Snow Lotus Pill. But if she gave up like this, her sister would have no hope. You must keep up and look for opportunities. Why did that human man follow them back to Wanhwa Gate, and why was he the leader of the group? When the thought falls, Bai Suxin jumped down after the white-haired old woman, and then followed Xiao Chen and his group from a distance. Do not know why. She suddenly had a strong intuition. If she wants to obtain the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill during this trip, the breakthrough point will be with this human race man. 20%. Chapter 97. If you want it, I'll get you a few ships to play with in the future. At the same time, Kang Cloud Mountain Vein. As the boundary mountain range between Kangzhou and Guangzhou, there are many adventurers wandering here all year round, and there are also many high-level monsters dormant. Killing and plundering have become as common as daily life in this endless mountain range. When Xiao Chen and his party left the capital of Opening Heaven, somewhere deep in the Kang Cloud Mountain, an old man in gray also opened his eyes. They started to move. As these words echoed hoarsely, other people around him also opened their eyes suddenly. Did it come in this direction? One of the young men quickly ran over and looked at the old man's compass and asked impatiently. This group of people, it was the powerful man from Zhenan Palace and Fenyan Valley, and the person who spoke was none other than the young master Duan Haoming. The old man in gray clothes was worshipped by one of the heavenly beings in Zhenan Palace. His name is Hu Wanshang. He possesses the cultivation level of the 4th level of heaven and human, and is good at formation and tracking methods. They just set off from Tiandu City, and the specific route has not yet been determined. But looking at the direction of movement, it's definitely Kangzhou. After hearing Duan Haoming's words, Hu Wansheng raised his eyes slightly and replied in a hoarse voice. After saying that, the old man closed his eyes again and was too lazy to pay attention to this second-generation ancestor. Brother Duan, please be patient. Seeing Duan Haoming's irritable look, Yang Xiao came over and said calmly. Tiandu City is tens of thousands of miles away from here. Even the heavenly rank arc will take half a day to fly. This is the only way to pass by Wanwaman. As long as they are in a hurry to return to Wanwaman, they will definitely pass by Kangyan Mountain. Certainly, if Wanwaman acted cautiously and thought someone would ambush here, they might avoid this mountain range. But this possibility is too low. After all, Wanwaman sent 2 celestial human realm elders on this trip. In their opinion, there shouldn't be any force that would send several celestial human realm experts to snatch a Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill. In case of fighting, a celestial human realm strong person is unfortunately seriously injured or dies, which cannot be compensated by a heavenly rank elixir. Therefore, there is a high probability that the Wanwaman group will not take detours. This is due to their confidence in their own strength. That's good. Hearing Yang Xiao's words, Duan Haoming smiled cruelly and his expression became even crazier. If Nangong Jing and his party can be successfully intercepted, Wanwaman will definitely suffer a heavy blow. And next, as long as his father takes the Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill and can successfully integrate the Millennium Earth Heart Fire, the entire 10,000 Flowers sect will also be completely destroyed and become their bastard of the Burning Flame Valley. Brother Duan, we will only help you hold down one of the elders of Wanwaman this time. Whether you can kill the other elder depends on your methods in Fenyan Valley. Seeing the crazy look on Duan Haoming's face, Yang Xiao frowned and added. This time, although he helped Duan Haoming fight against Wanwaman, he didn't want to do things too badly. In case something happens, let the Wanwaman and the others escape. If the Wanwaman wanted to take revenge, they would kill the Burning Flame Valley first. By then, if the 2 major apex-level forces start a war, they may not be able to take care of him. As long as you can hold off one of them, the strength of Elder Black Flame and Elder Huiyan is enough to kill the other elder of Wanhwa sect. Duan Haoming smiled solemnly when he heard this and glanced at the 2 old men not far away. One of them is the 5th elder of Burning Flame Valley, named Black Flame, who possesses the powerful strength of the 5th level of heaven and human. The other one is the 3rd elder of Fenyan Valley, named Huo Yun, who has great strength in the 7th level of heaven and human realm. The 2 join forces. Even a strong person in the 8th level of heaven and human realm may not be able to escape safely. As for the Wanhwa sect, apart from the sect leader who had been in seclusion for a long time, there was only one great elder who had reached the 8th level of heaven and human beings. But the great elder needs to be in charge of the sect, so he will not come to Guangzhou to meet Nangong Jing and his party. So, no matter which other 2 elders are sent by Wanhwa sect, one person alone cannot be the opponent of the 2. This time, Wanwaman and his team are already in the bag. Since Brother Duan has such confidence, I won't say much. Yang Xiao glanced at He Yan and Huo Yun, and then replied with a smile. But when he looked back, his eyes looked a little confused. Just to snatch a Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill, Fenyan Valley actually dispatched 2 celestial human realm elders, and also wanted to kill one of the 10,000 Flowers clan elders. Being so crazy about a pill seems a bit contrary to common sense. Is it possible this Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill has an extraordinary effect on a certain high-level executive in Burning Flame Valley? Or which senior executive in Fenyan Valley has been seriously injured and is in urgent need of Xuanqing Snow Lotus pill to save his life? When this thought fell, Yang Xiao kept analyzing the possibilities. After all, he and Duan Haoming were just using each other. If he helped Burning Flame Valley rise because of his own selfish interests, his father would not be able to spare him. On the flower boat, Xiao Chen stood on the deck and felt surprised as he watched the changes around him. This thing, it's simply more awesome than the airplanes in the previous life, and it looks like a spaceship. Although this heavenly rank Zon Arc flies at an astonishing speed, the amount of spiritual crystals it consumes is also astonishing. In general, a heavenly rank flying boat, if it is not necessary for sect transportation, is far worse than using flying monsters to travel. Seeing Xiao Chen standing on the deck, looking at Feijo with a strange expression, Kaiyan suddenly spoke. Like them snake people, basically, they rely on themselves to cross the void, or with the help of some kind of flying monster. They, the Snake Clan, don't even bother to use treasures like the flying black ark. The Snake Tribe shouldn't have a flying boat, right? Hearing Kaiyan's words, Xiao Chen seemed to have seen something and couldn't help but make a joke. After Kaiyan heard this sentence, her expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. There are many chapters that don't include pictures of the queen, so ELL put a pure version of the queen. Xiao Chen really got it right. In fact, the snake race disdains the use of the flying ark. The bigger reason is because they don't have one. No, it's not that I don't have it, it's that I can't afford it. After all, every time this thing is used, it requires a large amount of spiritual crystals, which is not cost-effective for the snake people. If you want, I can get you a few ships to play with in the future. Seeing that the majestic Queen Medusa was also in embarrassment, Xiao Chen smiled and replied, making Kaiyan extremely moved. Noah, there are so many of them. If I want them, I can just grab a few. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Kaiyan said embarrassedly. Xiao Chen was speechless when he heard this. This woman was really crazy and wanted to rob her at every turn. Sir, we have now entered the sky above the Kang Cloud Mountain. When Xiao Chen and Kai Yan were chatting, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying also came over. The former paused and said in a serious voice. This way, I always feel like someone is following us from behind, but I can't lock onto the other person's aura. If something unexpected happens next, young master, Xin Yue and the others will go back to Wanwaman first, while junior sister Qingying and I will stay behind. There are just 2 little foxes in the rear. They don't have the guts to take action against us. After Lu Hanfei finished speaking, Kaiyan suddenly spoke. On the contrary, from Tiandu City to here, there seems to be another pair of eyes peeking at our group in the dark. This feeling seems to have become stronger after entering the sky above this mountain range. 20%. Chapter 98 Jia, old ladies from Wanwaman, let me play with you. What? After hearing Kaiyan's words, Lu Hanfei and others' expressions changed. His eyes immediately swept across the mountains below, and then he spoke in a very solemn voice. You mean, there are strong people planning to ambush us in the Kang Cloud Mountain veins? Not sure yet though. Kaiyan is not Queen Medusa, but she is still a strong person in the 9th level of heaven and human. The other party's perception ability is much stronger than theirs. If he hadn't sensed anything, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Although this feeling of voyeurism is not very strong, it has been there since we left Tiandu City. Although I can detect it, I can't determine its location. Kaiyan's expression didn't change much when she heard this, she just frowned and said indifferently. Anyway, be careful next time. If something happens, I may not necessarily help you. Several strong men from Wanwaman. She once entered the endless desert to hunt for treasure, but she and several elders drove her out. Although there was no blood feud, they had fought several times, so Kaiyan was not very enthusiastic about girls like Wanwaman. After hearing Kaiyan's words, Lu Hanfei and others fell silent. This aloof personality is really similar to Medusa. At this time, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying became more and more suspicious that Kai Yan was Queen Medusa. But regardless of whether this person is Queen Medusa or not, as long as Mr. Xiao is here, they are on the same camp. They're here. While Kaiyan was talking to Lu Hanfei and others, deep in the mountains below, Hu Wansheng suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the cultivation level swept across and exploded, and the vast true energy was poured into the compass. In an instant, a dark beam of light rose into the sky, and the situation was changing thousands of feet high in the sky. Countless formation patterns were like spider webs, sealing off the 1,000-foot-high sky in an instant. This is heavenly rank formation. Seeing the formation light curtain appearing in the void, the expressions of Lu Hanfei and others suddenly changed, and they quickly controlled the Baihua boat to stop. Kaiyan really got it right, and as expected, someone was ambushing her secretly. Jia Jia Jia, old ladies from Wanwaman, let me play with you. As a burst of strange laughter echoed between heaven and earth, two terrifying pillars of fire were like flood dragons rising into the sky. After rolling up waves of fire all over the sky, they blasted towards the Baihua boat. Damn it! Seeing these two terrifying pillars of fire, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying immediately snorted, and their cultivation levels exploded at this moment. While the true energy roared across, countless petals were like butterflies in the sky, instantly surrounding the Baihua boat, and then they were violently shaken together with the two pillars of fire. Boom! Accompanied by the roaring explosion, the huge wave of fire was like a tsunami, directly submerging the Baihua boat inside. The terrifying wave of fire distorted the void, and Xiao Chen's pupils shrank at this terrifying scene. Is this the celestial human realm powerhouse? It was so scary when I raised my hand. If this terrifying divine ability collision breaks out in the city, it will be no less than a natural disaster. It's no problem to destroy a 10-mile radius and kill hundreds of thousands of people with just one move. Old beasts of Fenyan Valley, you are really brave. In the cold echo of the words, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying burst into cultivation at the same time, shredding the surrounding fire waves with their hands. The two of them slowly floated into the sky from the Baihua boat, as if they were fairies coming to earth. Sir, you and Xin Yue and the others will leave first, and the two of us will stay behind. As the figure floated up, the words of Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying also reached the ears of Xiao Chen and others. At the same time, two figures, filled with a terrifying aura, also appeared from the void in front of Baihua boat. Black flames, fire clouds. It turns out that you two immortals are here to intercept us. Do you want the two major forces to start a war? Seeing the two old guys in front of them, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying looked very cold, and their expressions gradually became serious at this moment. These two old guys, one is in the 7th level of heaven and human realm, and the other is in the 4th level of heaven and human realm. And on their side, one is in the 5th level of heaven and human beings, and the other is in the 6th level of heaven and human beings. 2 versus 2 won't bring much advantage, and they might even be suppressed to a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, who said we wanted to intercept you? After hearing Lu Shuifei's words, Huo Yun suddenly laughed wildly and stared at the two of them wantonly. Today we brothers don't want to intercept you, but we want to take your turn. After the last sentence fell, Black Flame and Huo Yun both burst into cultivation aura, staring at Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying with burning eyes. Both of them are body of pure yin and have also practiced to the celestial human realm. The primordial yin that the other party has cultivated for more than 100 years is simply a great tonic for the strong men of Burning Flame Valley. If they can get the primordial yin from either of these two girls, their cultivation will surely break through again on the original basis. Just you two, not worthy yet, hear these dirty words. After Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying snorted coldly, they burst into cultivation and rushed towards Heiyan and Huo Yun. The cultivation level was also pushed to the extreme at this moment, and the terrifying heavenly rank divine ability was activated as soon as he took action. They must divide the battlefield and break the formation blockade, so that Xiao Chen and others can successfully leave this high altitude. Ha ha ha, it will indeed be difficult to defeat you 2 against 2, but what if we have a few more celestial human realm strongmen? Seeing Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, he shot directly towards them. Heiyan couldn't help laughing wildly at this moment, and then burst out together with the fire cloud, his eyes fixed on Lu Hanfei. Almost as the two of them rushed out, there was a distortion in the void. Several other figures also shot out at this moment, and the divine ability exploded towards Li Qingying. These 3 people, surprisingly, it was Hu Wansheng, the heavenly being from Zhenan Palace, and the black and white ghosts who had taken refuge in Yangshao. The three of them now joined forces to coordinate the formation attack. It instantly distorted the void and killed Li Qingying directly. There are actually helpers, Sa Hu Wansheng and the black and white ghosts. The expressions of Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying suddenly changed. Obviously they did not expect that there were three celestial human realm experts. Boom. But at this moment, Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying could no longer think so much. Along with the roaring sound, the terrifying impact swept across like a tsunami, and Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying fell into a bitter battle. Under the joint attack of He Yan and Huo Yun, Lu Hanfei instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. And Li Qingying, although he was able to block Hu Wansheng and the black and white ghosts on his own, he was forced by these three people to be a little overwhelmed at this time. There was absolutely no room left to support Lu Hanfei. If nothing else happens, under the joint attack of He Yan and Huo Yun, Lu Hanfei would be injured and defeated soon. The end result is either self-destruction and death, or being captured and reduced to a furnace. Once Lu Shuifei is sanctioned, she basically cannot escape. This scene, the expressions of Nangong Jing, Han Xinyue and others changed drastically, and they could only look at Xiao Chen with anxious and pleading eyes. The fighting between the celestial human realm is not something they can interfere with. The only person present who could influence this fight was the woman in red. And the only one who made Kayan willing to take action was Xiao Chen in front of her. 20%. Chapter 99. If you want to kill someone, just go ahead. You Fenyan Valley are so determined. Are you determined to harm both of us, Wanhua sect? Seeing that Lu Hanfei was in a precarious situation, he was forced into danger by He Yan and Hong Yun. Li Qingying drove away Hu Wansheng and the black and white ghosts, and shouted angrily at He Yan and Hong Yun in a cold voice. Although there have been frictions between the two major forces in the past, they have shown some restraint with each other. But now, He Yan and Hong Yun seemed to be crazy, using their divine ability moves very cunningly and cruelly, completely forcing Lu Hanfei to a dead end. This situation puzzled her. A complete break with the Wanhua sect and prompting a bloody battle between the two major forces would bring any benefit to the Burning Flame Valley. Ha ha ha, both sides will suffer from your Wanhua sect. Isn't it because I think too highly of your Wanhua sect? After hearing Li Qingying's extremely anxious words, Hong Yun blasted Lu Hanfei's divine ability with one punch, and said in an extremely arrogant mocking voice. Our sect master has returned from the endless desert, waiting for him to skillfully control the earth's core fire for thousands of years. You stinky bitches like Wanwaman are not the cauldron of Fenyan Valley. The arrogant words echoed in the void, causing the expressions of Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying to change. Rumor has it in the endless desert, there is a cluster of fire in the core of the earth that has been burning for thousands of years, containing extremely terrifying fire attribute energy. If a strong person can refine the celestial human realm, it will not only increase their strength by leaps and bounds. There is even hope of breaking through the barrier between heaven and man and breaking through to the more terrifying level of Saint Realm. Did not expect the owner of the Burning Flame Valley has actually obtained the 1,000-year earth core fire. No wonder the Burning Flame Valley has the courage to attack them. It's indeed them. As Hong Yun's words echoed, Kayan had an indifferent expression. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his aura became extremely dangerous. Endless desert. Thousands of years of earth-centered fire. Based on these two words alone, as well as the familiar aura of the other party's technique, Kayan is now 100% sure. That day when she suppressed the Millennium Earth Core fire, it was the Burning Flame Valley Master who led his men to sneak attack her. If you want to kill someone, just go ahead. As if sensing the increasingly cold murderous intent on Kayan, Xiao Chen glanced at the battlefield above indifferently, and spoke to Kayan in a calm voice. Although he had no grudges with Fenyan Valley before, Fenyan Valley wanted to intercept and kill their group today, and this force also had a grudge against Kayan. From now on, he and Fenyan Valley will be at odds with each other. Now, if you can kill one, you will earn the other. Thank you, sir. After hearing that Xiao Chen agreed to her action, Kayan couldn't help but feel grateful. I thought Xiao Chen would be worried that she would expose her identity and get herself into unnecessary trouble, so she would not be allowed to kill these two old guys. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen supported her and gave her a chance to take revenge. This made Kayan a little surprised and touched. Since the young master cares so much about her feelings, from now on she must give birth to an heir for the young master. But right now, killing comes first. When the thought falls, Kayan looked up into the void, and her figure turned into an afterimage and rose into the sky. And above the void, Facing the joint efforts of He Yan and Huo Yun, Lu Hanfei was already injured at this time, and a wisp of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Her cultivation level is only at the 6th level of heaven and human. Facing Huo Yun, a strong man in the 7th level of heaven and human realm, it was difficult to gain the upper hand in the fight. Now the opponent also has the help of He Yan, a powerful person in the 5th level of heaven and human realm. The two men joined forces and she was almost helpless. To be able to persist for so long with the two of us working together, you, an old woman, are still somewhat capable. But then, let's stop here. They then joined forces and blasted Lu Hanfei nearly 100 feet away with one blow. Hong Yun and Heian were grinning ferociously at this time, and their cultivation levels were pushed to the extreme. A python-patterned mysterious spear appeared in Hong Yun's hand, and a black gold sword appeared in Heian's hand. This is the natural weapon of both of them, and their quality reaches heavenly rank middle grade. Next moment, as the gun intent and sword intent swept across the void, both Hong Yun and Black Flame displayed heavenly rank divine ability. The spear light on the left is like a red cloud crossing the sky and the earth, and the sword light on the right is like an abyss tearing through the void. Even the spiritual energy boils and burns wherever it passes. When the black and red light shines between heaven and earth, the two divine abilities merge with each other. Then, as if the doomsday was overthrown, he bombarded Lu Hanfei. Sister. Seeing Hong Yun and He Yan's terrifying killing moves, Li Qingying was extremely anxious at this moment, screaming and rushing over to help. But Hu Wansheng and the black and white ghosts laughed ferociously, and when their cultivation levels exploded, they also fought back crazily. He directly dragged Li Qingying to death on the spot. If you want to kill me, it's not that easy. Seeing these two terrifying divine abilities in front of him, Lu Hanfei didn't hesitate at this time. In the midst of angry shouts, she waved the heavenly rank Xuanbing in her hand, and when thousands of petals surrounded her, a terrifying sword intent rose into the sky. The petals burst out with terrifying sword energy, and in an instant, it was like thousands of swords returning to their clan, directly turning into a torrent and blasting into the sea of fire. Wanwaluo swordsmanship. This is the strongest heavenly rank divine ability that Lu Hanfei has mastered. If she couldn't stop even this move, she would definitely have a narrow escape. Boom. As the three divine abilities collided, the sound exploded again. Within 1,000 feet in radius. In this devastating impact, the space is constantly distorting at this moment, like a mirror about to be broken. The divine ability of the sword technique performed by Lu Hanfei continued to collapse under this impact. Barely 2 breaths. The red cloud spear light and the black flame sword light completely tore apart the petals in the sky and blasted them towards Lu Hanfei again. Sure enough, I'm still invincible. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lu Hanfei spat out a mouthful of blood, with a look of misery on his face. But the next moment, this trace of tragedy turned into madness, and the real energy in his body became violent. Since there is no way to compete with it under normal conditions, then just burn your cultivation and make these two people pay the price. In this way, it can also give Li Qingying a chance to survive and keep these beasts here completely. Leave these two to me, go over and help your junior sister. But that's it. When the sea of fire was approaching 10 feet in front of her, a voice suddenly reached her ears. Lu Hanfei only saw a red light rising into the sky from below. Then it was like a comet colliding, blasting directly into the sea of black and red fire. Hiss. Next moment, along with the ear-piercing tearing sound, the sea of fire in the sky was directly torn open. An even more terrifying fire-attributed essence immediately swept through divine ability, defeating Hong Yun and Black Flame. Both of them spurted out a mouthful of blood at this moment, and their bodies were blown away like dolls in the impact. What a terrifying power! Who is it? After rolling back nearly 100 feet, Hong Yun and Heian quickly stabilized their bodies, both looking ahead with horrified expressions. A charming woman in red, her face covered with a gauze and her body blazing with flames, also came into their sight at this moment. In the previous chapter, we played the innocent version, but this chapter is about the colder version. Cool, charming, noble. Various seemingly contradictory terms exploded in their minds after seeing this figure. After feeling the other party's cultivation aura, both Hong Yun and Heian's pupils shrank violently. The two of them seemed to have seen a ghost at this moment, and even their words became a bit sharp. Heaven. A strong man in the 9th level of heaven and human realm. 21%. Chapter 100 Young Master, be careful, that guy is rushing towards you. The 9th level of heaven and man. This level is infinitely close to saint rank and is the ceiling combat power in celestial human realm. Looking at the entire Great Qian dynasty, everyone is a transcendent level powerhouse. Stomping his feet can make the entire dynasty tremble. Unexpectedly, there would be such a kind of existence hidden among the people of Wanwaman. Isn't this a scam? Who is your excellency? When the turmoil stirred up in their hearts, He Yan and Hong Yun stared at Kai Yan and asked with extremely solemn voices. This hot and violent breath is definitely a practitioner of the fire attribute. The aura of the strong men of Wanhwa sect is very cold, so this person is definitely not from Wanhwa sect. This king.is the one who will kill you. After hearing the words of Hong Yun and Heian, Kaiyan raised her eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Almost as soon as this sentence echoed and fell, the red flame wind god wing appeared behind her, and she lightly grabbed the void with her right hand, and the red flame black sword emerged. Kaiyan's figure turned into an afterimage, almost tearing apart the space at this moment. A terrifying red flame sword light struck at Hong Yun and He Yan. No nonsense, just give it your all. Even the two treasures given to her by Xiao Chen were used without hesitation at this moment. The terrifying power swept across the void, immediately causing the red clouds and black flame souls to escape. Resist with all your strength. Seeing the terrifying sword light sweeping across, Hong Yun roared loudly at this moment. During the burst of true energy, protective true energy is formed, covering all the vital points of the body layer by layer. At the same time, a shot swept through thousands of troops and faced the sword light. At this time, He Yan's face turned pale, and he also exploded his true energy to protect his vitals. The sword light cut across the void directly towards Kai Yan. Next moment, in the deafening roar, the spear light wielded by Hong Yun and the sword light wielded by He Yan were as if they were made of paper. It was blasted away by Kai Yan's sword. Hong Yun and He Yan spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and a bloody gash was torn open in their chests. Like garbage, it was blown hundreds of feet away and slammed into the formation light screen between heaven and earth. Lu Hanfei was stunned by this scene. Unexpectedly, the two celestial human realm powerhouses who had put her in danger just now were as fragile as children in front of Kaiyan. This kind of terrifying fighting power. Even the master of their 10,000 flowers sect cannot reach this level. But at this time, Lu Hanfei didn't have time to think too much. After seeing Kaiyan blow away the red clouds and black flames, she then burst out with her cultivation and rushed towards Hu Wansheng and the black and white ghosts. The situation has changed, evacuate quickly. After Hu Wansheng saw Kaiyan appearing, his heart instantly went cold. A terrifyingly powerful 9th level celestial human realm expert, coupled with the two celestial human realm elders from Wanwaman, were no longer able to compete with them at this time. If we don't evacuate as soon as possible, I'm afraid my life will be left here. If you can beat him, you will be rampant, but if you can't beat him, you will run away. What a beautiful thought. When Hu Wansheng retreated violently, Lu Hanfei was surrounded by petals and was approaching Hu Wansheng in an instant. The light sword in his hand was swung. The terrifying sword light condensed the petals all over the sky, and then it directly targeted Hu Wansheng and slashed down violently. If these people hadn't held Li Qingying back, she wouldn't have been in danger just now. So, these guys all deserve to die. 10,000 formations unified harmony. Seeing Lu Hanfei's terrifying sword move, Hu Wansheng pinched a seal in his hand. The heavenly rank formation shrouding the world also burst out with bright light at this time. A series of protective barriers condensed in front of him, and then struck together with Lu Hanfei's sword light. But the next moment, amidst the deafening roar, the protective barriers appeared. It twisted on the spot under the bombardment of the sword light, and then exploded like a mirror. Hu Wansheng's cultivation level is only at the 4th level of heavenly rank, even with the blessing of a heavenly rank middle grade formation. But at this time, facing Lu Hanfei, who was in the 6th level of Yutianren and was in a rage, he had no ability to resist. Boom! As the last protective barrier exploded, the sword light slashed towards Hu Wansheng's chest. Fortunately, he was blocked by the opponent's compass. And the other side, the black and white twin ghosts will be a bit miserable. Without Hu Wansheng, a strong man in the 4th level of heaven and human realm, the two of them working together would not be Li Qingying's opponent. Under the opponent's crazy attacks, the black and white ghosts were retreating steadily. A large mouthful of blood even spurted out of his mouth. They now feel a little regretful about taking refuge in the Zhenin Palace. This appearance is such a dangerous killing mission. I thought it was high risk and high reward. Now, with the sudden appearance of Kaiyan, not to mention whether they can get high returns, even saving their lives is a problem. No, if this continues, when Hongyun and Heian are completely defeated, no one on our side will be able to escape. While using the heavenly rank formation to frantically resist Lu Hanfei's attack, Hu Wansheng was thinking about a way to break the situation. As he glanced at the Baihua boat, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. This person is the key to breaking the situation. Seeing Xiao Chen surrounded by Nangong Jing and his party on the Baihua boat, Hu Wansheng had a ferocious look on his face. If he remembered correctly, the woman in red just now was guarding this young man. If you can capture the opponent, this person can check and balance the woman in red, and thus have a chance to reverse the entire battle. As this thought fell, Hu Wansheng also made a prompt decision. Looking at Lu Hanfei, who came to kill again, there was a cold light in his eyes, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and a strange seal was formed. The 10,000 magic formation is destroyed. When these few words fell, the heavenly rank formation enveloped the world. Suddenly collapsed with trembling. A destructive force immediately hit Lu Hanfei and Li Qingying, and Hu Wansheng's figure blurred and disappeared. At the cost of the collapse of the heavenly rank formation, the power of the 6th level of heavenly rank was unleashed. Although this move is threatening, it is nothing more than that. Seeing the power of the sweeping storm of destruction, Lu Hanfei looked cold at this moment, and a mysterious shadow appeared behind him. As petals flew all over the sky, a sword light directly tore through the storm. People are missing. Lu Hanfei's eyes couldn't help but freeze when he saw a sword tearing up the storm in the sky and discovered that Hu Wansheng was missing. Immediately afterwards, as if she realized something, she glanced in the direction of Baihua boat, and her expression changed drastically at this moment. Sir, be careful, that guy rushed towards you. As these two sentences echoed across the world, the expressions of Kai Yan and Li Qingying, who were originally fighting, changed drastically at this moment. Their eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of Xiao Chen. And when everyone's eyes were fixed on the past, Hu Wansheng's figure was like a ghost. At an incredible speed, it quickly approached Xiao Chen on the deck. Han Xinyue's expression changed dramatically after seeing this scene. Her cultivation at the 7th level of universal truth exploded, and she rushed forward to block the Baihua boat. Petals all over the sky were flying and condensing, like soul-enchanting chains, blocking Hu Wansheng. Get away! But the next moment, as Hu Wansheng roared angrily, the power of the celestial human realm exploded. The chains around him exploded on the spot, and Han Xinyue was blown away by Hu Wansheng. When Kai Yan, Lu Hanfei, and Li Qingying's expressions changed dramatically, and they all turned around and wanted to shoot towards Xiao Chen, Hu Wansheng had already appeared 10 feet in front of Xiao Chen. He raised his right hand to freeze the surrounding void, then grabbed Xiao Chen's neck. Also at this moment, just when Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with cold light and he was about to use the 5 elements wind god wings, a delicate voice suddenly sounded. God wings, a delicate voice suddenly sounded. God wings, a delicate voice suddenly sounded. God